did see this pin too.
Now we are ready.
It was like the DM murdered my character, and all I got was a stupid pin, and I was like, Ryan just needs like a bunch of those to like mail out to people. Sorry about your tune. Here's this pin.
Sorry about that.
My,
All right.
One of my buddies thought we coordinated Easton jumping in front of the guy and then the little ball stuff. And I was like, nah, I was just
Nah.
I had
Speak smarts. Okay, guys. Oh, very excited for today. Very excited for today. I love rewarding you guys almost as much as I love trying to kill you.
I feel like that just means you're balanced as a human.
Right, yin and yang.
Exactly.
One hand giveth, the other hand taketh away.
He's a true neutral.
Exactly. That's what you
It
have to
lets
do.
them come up with new ideas to try and kill
I
us.
forgot we time warped here.
No,
Well, we didn't truly time warp because the song didn't play.
That's true, it doesn't count.
Valid.
Aurora Concordant, welcome back. My, what victories you have had but recently. You came to Westrand to solve a small Onkeg problem, but lo and behold, much darker dangers lurked within the city. You thwarted the source of the nightmares and the child kidnappings. You defeated a most devilish and powerful Oni deep beneath the city's sewer system. You laid low some charlatan dream readers who happened to be fiendish warlocks who deserved the tip of your swords. You not only solved a real threat on the road, but actually helped spirits of the Bramblewood Forest find peace in their afterlife, thus making both parties all the more happy. And finally, you went to Slatestone Tower to ward off and defeat a near abyssal incursion, saving Realm Seeker Eskil. Oh fuck, I was so close. Didn't quite make it.
You got this. You got this.
Stargarian or something.
Rindarian.
Rindarian.
Realm Seer Eskil Rindarian saved in his magical battle by all of you as you fought off possibly the most dangerous creature any of you have even bared eyes upon. Well, not really. It's most of you. But either way, the most dangerous one you've ever fought. And with that, the tower warped. It seemed that the sort of abyssal energy intrusions weighed low, and the transmutative defense systems began to warp backward. All of you had a very sort of weird sensation where your bodies kind of turned to jelly as the tower reorganized itself, and you all find yourself now standing somewhere of less dire circumstances, much more peaceful, in fact. You find yourselves in what could only be Slatestone Tower's libraries. You look around to see this big, beautiful tower, though it is darkly lit, candlelight flicking everywhere as you'd expect some sort of sage in their back corners. You stand before a tarried and tired Eskil Rindarian, though handsome in his appearance and surprisingly youthful for his reputation. Brown hair brought back to a very handsome, low pony. Excellent sort of day robes, sort of marking his mage capabilities. He sort of secures a wand in his jacket. You look around the room to see many books upon many shelves, strange mage-like implements here and there, scrolls, wands, and etc. And on the table behind him is that dark infernal book, now closed. Eskil says, well, that's good then. That's all finally taken care of. I owe you all quite a great deal of thanks. That was rather uncomfortable, I would say.
Yes, uncomfortable.
Indeed, rather got in the way of some experimentations I had on the go. I'll have to restart a couple of potions. It's rather unfortunate, but I'm sure I'll have to find the time. But regardless, who is it then? Is there a Zarvolg amongst all of you?
That's me.
Oh, yes, you, sir. Yes, my manservant did explain to me that you might be the man for the job when everything happened. Jekt, Jack, where are you?
Jack.
Oh, he's probably off doing something. Regardless, you have thanked me greatly. Let's see. Well, is there anything I can do for you? Oh, you're all adventurers, right? You probably want some reward or some such. Listen, I'm tired, and you all look battered and bruised. Tell you what, come back tomorrow morning, and I'm sure I'll have something prepared for your tastes. How's
I
that
love
sound?
that idea. I love
Yes,
that
indeed.
Yeah.
I rather require myself some warm milk and a little bit of a biscuit or something and a good night's rest. And then we could perhaps speak of reward and further what have yous you require.
We've had a rather long day as well. I assume Jack will be back at his post tomorrow.
Yes, if you see him, send him along. I need someone to boil my tea.
Right.
Jewel cat yawns.
All right. Is everybody ready to head home?
Yes.
Sure.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Jack, show the... Oh, that's right. All right, I guess I'll show you to the door. He, takes a cane. It's not like a real cane, but it's like a sort of flashy, I'm a cool noble cane. And he begins, and he just kind of walks you downstairs to the very familiar sort of entrance way that you once came through, and you are shown all the door finally.
Wait, before we leave.
Yeah.
Is he planning on letting us back in tomorrow?
Do you ask him that?
Yeah.
He goes, well, yes, of course. How?
No, I'm not
you do-
asking him that. I'm asking you that. Do I sense that he's trying to get rid of us so that he doesn't have to reward us?
Oh, make me an insight check. Check.
Well, let me pull up some dice here. 17.
17. No, you don't think that's what his plan is. You think that he has every intention of rewarding you, but he's tired and wants his blankie and wants
Sure.
to get some sleepies, but he's you don't get the sense of any sort of deceit or wanting to just tell you all the fuck off.
All right. Out we go.
He says, well, goodbye, and he just closes the door. You get the sense he's a little spent and doesn't have a lot of time for courtesy or care for it. But you all find yourselves standing outside the tower with these maybe a somewhat anticlimactic feeling as you've been kind of shown the door after incredible heroics. You find yourself standing outside Slatestone Tower, just outside the western walls. What would you all like to do?
Go to the inn. Like 7 p.m.
And-
I think. By the way, what time is it? I think it should be around 7, but
Oh, didn't you guys go there around midday? I might be
about
wrong.
1 o'clock when we got there. So
One
with 2
o'clock when you got
short
there.
rests and going through, counting 5 hours and that, I was thinking 6 hours, put it at 7 p.m. But
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. And it is autumn, so the sun is going down. The sun's getting real low. You can feel the bitter breeze on the wind as autumn is turning to winter in a short couple months.
winter gear on the list.
Shall we
See leaves, guys. Look,
make a visit with Ulf?
Yeah.
If by visit you mean laying horizontally in a bed,
Well,
yes.
yeah. I figured after a couple pints, but yeah.
Yeah, it probably wouldn't hurt us to have a meal, but can we agree to see Lord Estrix and the Lord Mayor tomorrow also? Can we just,
Yeah, let's just do it all. We'll do the whole victory tour tomorrow.
I agree for everything tomorrow. Night, I want food, warm, and quiet. Well, not, comfort and quiet. I'm very tired. I'm assuming since he's having, his warm milk and the like, there's no more threats. We won. Right?
Jewel hasn't said a damn thing. Her ears are back. Her eyes are droopy. She's just generally exhausted.
he feels bad about killing that demon.
No, not at
No,
all.
she does not.
She feels about as bad about killing a demon as a cat would feel about knocking something off the countertop.
Which is not at all, in case you don't have a cat.
That's essentially how she killed the guy, you know. She knocked him off the ledge.
She did, except with a very sharp blade.
Yes.
So as you guys all muse about how tired you are and how ready you are for bed, and you'll get your rewards later, you have something to look forward to tomorrow, and you get to the sun-kissed inn, you're like, oh, finally, we made it. You open the door, and there's maybe like 36 people that you maybe are acquainted with, or not acquainted with at all, or maybe saw in passing in the bar, and they all, hey, yeah, it's a working corner, yeah, woo! They're like, and all goes, drinks on the house for the American Coordinates, and they're like, woo! And you guys come in, they're all patting you on the back, and they're like, incredible! And the bards begin to play their music a little louder, and everyone, yes! You all walk inside. You see, Ulf is like, when he gets either one of your attention, we'll say it's Ember, because Ember's the one who's been staying here the most. Says, Mr. Ember, sir, welcome back. We've heard of your heroics over and over. I have a great deal of mail for all of you. Yes, I didn't look at any of it, I promise.
That's fantastic.
Oh,
Would
yes.
you even recognize Ember? Ember is like how many years younger now? I feel like that'd be a shock to.
Oh shit, that's
everyone.
true. He goes,
Ember's
he's like,
20 now, isn't he? Or 21?
How old are you now, Ember?
9
Like,
years
physically?
younger, 21 now.
21.
Yeah, you're actually younger than Yvain now. Yvain's 22.
Oh,
You're older than Jewel. Haha.
30 to like 21.
little
Yeah,
babies.
that'll show on the face. So I don't imagine it shows so much that like it's not going from like gray hair to anything. But so you go there and it goes, oh, Mr. M, I didn't recognize you. Did you do something with your skin while you? Anyway, you got plenty of mail. Listen, I'm sure you have plenty of celebration to get to, but these are the important ones. Let me hand them to you now to get them off my hands. And he is going to hand you just a couple pieces of mail, but you see he sort of pulls them out of a sack of what is presumably fan mail, maybe. You are going to get, let me see here.
fan mail.
You, my friend, have received, they're like 2 pretty fine vellum scrolls, sort of handed to you. He's also gonna get Finch's attention and says, oh, and I got a message from the temple. Here you are, Master Finch. And he'll hand you one that's just clearly from the Bahamut's Rest.
Thank you.
And he goes, and drinks for everyone! Rah! And everyone's like, woo! And he starts pouring you all big tankards of ale. He's just handing them to all of you guys. He goes, well, yeah, 3 cheers we were concorded! And everyone's sort of, hip hip hooray! Hip hip hooray! Hip hip hooray! And everyone, woo! And everyone's just like fucking losing it in here. People are just patting you on the back with praise, and they're like, one of you maybe somehow out of nowhere, someone starts patting your brow, getting some blood off your brow, and they're like, oh yeah, here, let me help you out. And you guys are just absolutely the heroes. People are going nuts. Drinks are put in your hands. You're not paying for drinks today. Or anytime soon, probably.
Jewel turns out around and walks out.
They go, oh, no, and you just start. Okay.
She
Jewel,
politely
please.
makes her way out and goes home.
Bye.
The rogue slips away. Make me a stealth check, Jewel. I imagine at disadvantage because you're still pretty tired.
She's a mum. She has to get home to her son.
That's right. What happened to that kid?
She left him at home. He didn't want to come.
Got a
Which is
5
fine
for
because
stealth check.
there's no place for a child.
A
For
5.
stealth check. Everybody notices you very. 5 for a stealth check? I thought you were a rogue.
Oh, I didn't have the bonus.
Yeah. What the
11.
fuck? There we go. Most people don't notice your. I mean, the party probably, but most of the commoners in here don't notice you sort of just slip around the door as quick as it's opened. And begin hurrying down the street.
Yeah, well, no. Waddling
Or not
down the
hurrying,
street.
just sort of
Sauntering.
He looks a little drunk walking down the
sauntering
street.
very tiredly down the street.
I'm
the
going
rest of you
to,
are showered with praise. Yeah.
Oh yeah, of course. I'm gathering in fans, and I'm gonna pull out the Oni Dream Cleaver and hold it mean and down toward the floor, but definitely show off the sexiness of the Dream Cleaver.
Ooh, oh, where did you get that? Oh, it was from some terrible creature, no doubt. Zorvog the Grim, my God. And people are.
You got it from the thing that was giving you all nightmares after you killed it.
Oh, Zorvog slay the nightmare of Western! Woo! Yeah, Zorvog slayer of nightmares! And people are that quickly starts to become your name, Zarvog, around here. Zarvog, slayer of nightmares.
Oh, the nightmare slayer.
Slayer of nightmares, the nightmare slayer. And people are like, oh yeah, tell us about. Oh, it's so cool and sort of like has like vaguely Oriental theme, like sort of like Japanese sort of like influence in its design. And people are just like going nuts for this. What about the rest of you?
I feel like. Go ahead.
If I have a moment, I'd like to get into Ulf's ear. There's going to be a lot of noise. No one's going to hear me, but I might like go behind the bar to sort of get to him, so I don't make an announcement.
Yeah, he like leans over.
Yeah. So we've been through hell, and I don't know if you realise this. The Zarvog actually isn't all that old. He just looks like it because he's really beat up. I would like to draw a bath for him so he can sit in a tub before he goes to bed and just soak. Do we have the ability to get really hot water and maybe some
nonsense? I'll have someone run you all baths. No problem. Yes, you are over here. Go run baths upstairs. And he starts like talking to the various employees at his beck and call, and they start nodding and they start running off to go start heating up water for baths.
And then above the table, I have a question.
Yep.
How old would you say Ulf is?
Oh, he's old. He's old as fuck. Like you're
That's
like
fine.
you're amazed he's not dead.
So elderly.
Oh fuck yeah, he's
No,
about as
great.
old a half orc as you've ever seen.
Also, how old was Lorelei? Would you say?
Lorelei? Who's Lorelei?
Jasmine and Tamlin's mom.
Right.
She went to
Sorry, there's a lot of NPCs. I'm sorry. She's old as fuck too. They're both pretty old.
Huh. Thank
They
you.
definitely both fit in the old as fuck columns.
Thank you.
I'd say
No, I
Lorelei's
like that.
probably like they're around the same age, but
Great.
you know.
That is literally perfect.
Oh boy.
Okay. Incredible. Yeah, like Ulf's probably like 80, but he's a orc, so his body doesn't, you know, humans they kind of like go into chairs and stuff when they get close to that 100, but orcs are built, and he's probably not going in any chair until like the end of his days. Yeah, so they're both very old. All right, anybody else?
I feel like Finch would be like making polite company, but they are really hurt. So I feel like they're just be very, you know, cordial with everyone, but trying to like stay in the background. They may like inspect their
leaning
shield
against
a
the
little bit
wall.
that now has like big fucking holes in it. Like
They're like, oh, what did that's your shield? Oh, Sir Finch. Oh.
I'll show them and like I'll regale them of our tales, but I feel like I'll just be very like withdrawn a little bit because I am barely hanging on there.
I've
Got
got healing spells I can throw to people.
That's fine. I don't need it right now if we're gonna rest.
And the fairy is still on Zara's shoulder.
Oh, I still have Claire. Yes, that makes
Claire
sense.
on the shoulder.
Yeah.
Claire on the shoulder.
The healing spirit, her name is Claire.
Oh,
Excuse you, Ryan. Yeah.
Sorry, guys. I didn't- well, yeah, go ahead and roll through all of those because Claire's probably been gone for a while now. But yeah, go roll all those.
I was just hoping, you know, because she and Zara are buddies, I thought she might, you know, hang out.
Hell
Oh,
no,
yeah.
she's got shit to do in
Happy
the
is on
Feywild.
one shoulder and Claire is on the other.
No, that doesn't count because it was just a one.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, you can take care of that.
I was
I
gored
think
by
they only
so-
last for
Oh,
like
you
a
can-
minute or something.
Or
I was gored by so many Minotaur.
Oh, Minotaur! Oh my god! How did you come to fight Minotaur? That's incredible!
One gored me here, and then one gored me here.
Oh, that explains the hole in your chest. My god, that must hurt a lot for you to stand here and talk to us. Nothing a night's
you can
rest
add
can't
19,
fix.
Zar.
Yeah.
You can add 19. That's what
Okay,
Claire
thank
gave you
you.
before she went away.
Will
Hi,
do.
everybody. It's been a pleasure healing you. Goodbye.
Every time, like,
It sounds like Mr.
Zarvok-
Hanky.
It does sound like
And remember to love one another. I'll see you soon.
bye guys.
Bye, guys.
Anytime Zarvog mentions like a specific fact, Easton will embellish it more for him and be like, "It was actually 55 Minotaurs." didn't even notice the
55
one that
Minotaurs.
died.
That's a veritable army of Minotaurs.
Yeah, with a single swing of the thing. What's the thing, Zarvog? Do it with the side.
Yeah, the Dream Cleaver.
Oh, the Dream Cleaver. Oh, the Nightmare Slayers.
If I looked up, how bad of an idea would suggesting an enlarged spell be right now? Yeah.
Oh, I can't do it again yet because I already used it
Okay.
on the same day.
We'll save that for the parade.
Yeah.
Oh, parade! It's going to be a parade. Of course, there's going to be a parade. The Lord Mayor will surely somebody a parade for such great heroics.
Wait. Yeah. Right. I walked in a, didn't even know you guys would do one. That's. Here, cheers.
Hey, cheers to the Walker Gordon! Yeah! They all cheers. What were you going to say, Ember?
On the table next to Zarvog, I'm gonna poke myself into a corner, and then I'm just gonna chain cast minor illusion. His story is going to be visualized there on the table.
Everyone's like, whoa, such magic, such skill, this must be a very powerful spell, no doubt. And then they watch Zarvog, like, whatever you want, Ember, but like 55 Minotaurs charging Zarvog with a single slash of the Dream Cleaver. All 55 of them are cut in half with a single slash of his blade. They're like,
full anime.
Full anime. So I was like, and it's full anime, and they're like, that must be exactly how it happened because we should believe every illusion we see. And they're like, that's incredible. This must be the most powerful ranger in the world.
He's becoming like Hercules from the movie where The Rock was Hercules and they were all going around telling the stories.
Yeah, exactly. People want to believe it, you know what I mean? There's no real check. People are like, you guys are fucking heroes. You guys saved the town. No doubt there was heroics involved. He's got a super cool glaive. It's got to have been true. And they're like, they're not questioning it. They're like, this is the coolest thing I've ever heard. And they're all just drinking, feeding you guys drinks. And this will go on as long as anyone wants it to. Probably until like sometime in the very, very early morning. Is there anything else anyone wants to do in the tavern?
I am going to wait until whenever Zar is about to go to bed. Like whenever he starts to go upstairs, and I'm going to pull him aside.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's going to be a while if these people don't start clearing out, because if there's one thing that's more important to Zarvog than resting and healing, it's praise.
Fine.
3 cheers for the Nightmare Slayer! Like every 5 minutes. Hooray! And people are fucking super into Zarvog.
Yeah.
As it gets late and it appears that Zarvog is not getting an opportunity to go somewhere else, and I'm done relaying stuff by minor illusion. I'll start to use prestidigitation to create digested cabbage gas. Just to help clear the crowd out.
Definitely some people leave. Some people are like, oh, someone ripped one in here, I'm leaving. And a bunch of people start leaving, but the more drunk commoners, and there's a couple, are like, don't really know. They're like, oh, who brewed chugs? That's unfortunate. What was it, mate? Yes, to the Nightmare Slayer! That gets about like half of them out of there. The other half are just they're the wicked ones, I guess.
I will pull Zara aside and say, "So listen,
And here's Yvain! Oh, one of the great heroes you walking corners here for Yvain! Hooray! Hooray! Hooray!
I'll do
Your
something
heroic
fun. I'll like
equipment
make some.
defeated-
I'll like druid craft some snow or something, or some leaves blowing.
Snowing? It's way ahead of time for it to be snowing. That's incredible.
And on the inside too.
You know, on the inside, I ain't never seen localized weather like that before.
So, Zara, you know I adore you, and I'm all about enjoying stories with you, but we do have to meet with Lord Mayor tomorrow, and you might want to get a moment of rest, and I kind of wanted to speak with you privately, so whenever you're through being adored, maybe we could take a moment?
Oh, yeah. You're right. There's probably going to be more tomorrow, and I want to
There's
be
going
on
to
my
be so much more tomorrow, and wouldn't you like to be awake and totally healed for it, huh?
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, best let the Nightmare Slayer go to
And bees.
bed. And they're like, oh, you better get on then, mate.
Off to the land of dreams.
Yeah, to go slay nightmares and such. Yoo-hoo! And yeah, Yvain, you're able to pull Zarvolg away.
I'm going to take him to one of the rooms where a hot bath has been drawn. And I'm going
Yeah,
to
each of you will find a tub has been pulled into each of your rooms and it's been filled with hot water.
Yeah. So I'm going to look at Zara and say, listen,
Yeah.
you've had the shit beat out of you, and you're walking like you're an elderly man. So you have earned a hot soak in the tub. If you soak in hot water that's got some mineral salts in it, it will help your muscles to release. You'll sleep better. It will feel good. And in the morning, you won't feel like you've been run over by a herd of minotaur.
He kind of tilts his head and looks at the hot water and tries to figure out if this is a trick or not. But then he starts kind of feeling his own muscles, and he is pretty sore. So he's like,
Right, everything hurts. I know it does. This is a trick my mum taught me. You know, the famous ranger. So consider it.
all right, let me give it a try.
Also, I'm going to step out, so obviously, so you can disrobe. But,
Oh no, he just starts going at it.
well, then in which case, she's just going to keep talking. One last thing to consider, just to consider about contracts and such.
Yeah.
Demons lie. And I know if you, let's not pretend that you weren't interested in the deal. Let us not pretend that the first thing you would have had to do is take me out. Let's just not even pretend, and it's all right.
Oh,
Right?
he meant the Realm Seer. That was the wizard that they wanted. You aren't a wizard. You're a druid.
Well, no, but Zarvolg would have had. He said, kill them
She means
all.
if I was fighting the
They
party.
would have. If
Oh,
he would
he
have
said
had to
kill
turn
the
against
wizard.
the party. No.
Yeah.
But he would have had to turn against the party,
Yeah,
Right.
absolutely.
which means he would have had to take her out because she can keep Finch. She can
Right.
keep Finch, and if he wants to kill the wizard, he's going to have to fight the party. If he's going to have to fight the party, he has to kill Yvain first.
Yeah.
So,
I
Just wanted to be
understood.
clear.
I understood where you were going. I got you.
so listen, world domination is a perfectly valid goal, all right? I don't even know that I think it's an uncommon goal, and it's certainly admirable, all right? So there is absolutely no judgment.
He's
But
fully
demons-
naked now and easing himself into the water.
I just want you to consider two things. One, demons lie. So he could have killed you when he was done with you. And two, we have a paladin who has tea in the morning with Bahamut, has literally called Bahamut to raise us. And I don't know who wins that Goristro, whom we, as a 5-pack, were able, or a 6-pack, able to take care of, or Platinum Dragon Bahamut. I don't know. Like, you know, I would just be careful putting myself against Finch, ever, because you're not just against Finch. You're literally against the Platinum Dragon. I like you, and I don't want to see the Platinum Dragon pulverize you, and all due respect, I think he could. So, I love you a lot. Enjoy your bath. And she will depart.
Down in her slope. All right.
You soak. Fair enough. Fair.
Does Easton get a room here too? Even just because he hasn't been staying here, but was that
You can get a room if you want.
Elaine hasn't been staying here, but she would have. She doesn't want to walk all the way to the reserve. She will absolutely pay whatever Ulf wants for a
You
room.
guys, you guys get your rooms. He's like, you guys, free rooms for the night.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Oh, he's already giving you free meals, and he's paying a lot of the ask for a lot of ale. So no, he's gonna be like, oh,
No. Happy.
Pay for a room.
Happy to pay for the room. Happy to pay for the room.
8 silver for the night.
Gladly. Not even
Then
thought.
Easton will go home.
Elaine will cover
8
Easton.
silver?
Elaine will cover Easton.
Yeah, say, I feel like we got that. I could cover
I
that.
got bullets to buy, man.
Bro. You need to check your finances. You can't afford 8 silver. All right. Yep. You guys all have. Everybody else gets to bed. Okay.
Back in bed.
We'll come. Very nice. We'll come to Jewel. Jewel, you are wandering down the streets of Westrin. You are battered and bruised and tired. And you will make your way home to the still broken door of your home.
And she'll just go at the door.
Yeah, still broken. But you open up the door, and it's a little messier than you left it. This child that you have taken in isn't house trained. Let's put it that way.
Oh.
Not like that, but like not like in the cat way, but in the you should clean up after yourself kind of way. So yeah, there's like half-eaten PBJs like on the counter, and there's like, the place is a little messier than you left it. The kid's not there, but there is like a note in the most like chicken scratch common you've ever said. It's like a B, and then there's like a BAC, and then like an SON, and it's the shittiest writing you've ever seen.
And Jewel kind of has one of those aw moments.
You put it right on the fridge.
Yeah, pretty much.
Incredible. And if you wish to, you can pass the fuck out.
Yeah, that's exactly. She's just gonna walk to the bed and just do one of those.
You pass out.
Like blackout.
With that, just blackout, pass out. No problem there. You find your way to sleep. Very good. With that, the Aurora Concordant happily finds their way to their various beds, leaving the party behind, leaving that horrible, horrible day behind, and who knows what awaits you in the morning. Probably a lot of good stuff. So you all get a long rest.
Yes.
Yeah, baby.
Thank you.
There's no greater reward than a great good night's sleep.
Oh.
Yeah, that's better.
We all made the long rest sounds.
that Baldur's Gate 3 short rest sound. Excellent. Okay, you all wake up. The tavern's mostly cleared out. There's maybe 1 or 2 people you recognize who are like over tables, like maybe didn't fully make it home last night and are just kind of sleeping off the previous. But you all make your way downstairs, and yeah, you are. The music has stopped, and you find yourself here. What do you want to do with your day?
I want to get my armor, right? It should be ready today, shouldn't
It
it?
should be ready today, just in the nick of time.
Yeah, and I feel like also shopping for a new shield is probably wise. Well, maybe I'll wait on that to see what we collect in rewards, but definitely get my armor.
Got it, yeah. And
Oh.
your shield can definitely be either repaired or you could get yourself a brand new one.
Yeah,
So,
for sure.
We're
not
meeting
beyond
for
repair.
breakfast.
Yeah, let's have breakfast.
Yeah,
All
Joel
right.
will
We
be
can
mid
sort
for
of plan the
breakfast.
day because there's actually quite a lot to do, all things considered.
Yeah.
Is
was
Mick
that,
there
Joel?
in the morning?
Yeah, Mick's there in the morning. He's
Okay.
like he's
All
got
right, she'll let him
his
sleep.
halfway up his shirt. He's like sleeping there with his belly out, just like on the floor in his little like half bed.
Yeah,
Just
she'll
like
pick him up and put him in bed and put a blanket on him.
he kind of just like half asleep, tucks himself in.
And she'll do a little cleanup around the area and then go to the inn for breakfast.
All right, you go to the inn for breakfast. Fantastic. With that, the Orokin Cordon reassembles in the sun-kissed inn for breakfast, and breakfast is free today because he is offered that.
Oh yeah. Thorvald is absolutely buzzing with energy because he can't wait to get out and soak in some more recognition. He keeps like fidgeting with like his cloak and his breastplate, trying to get him just right, make sure that his like glaive is kind of showing right as it sits on his back.
Hell
And
yeah.
Yvain will go over and help adjust his cloak just so, and you know, put him right. Like I'll help in the whole thing. I get it. It's fine. I love you.
I feel like the first time ever, his hood is down and his hair is clean.
Wow.
I know
Yeah,
all of you
like
are seeing a
bath
brand
last
new.
night.
Joel's gonna
Ember's
walk in and be
lost
like, "It smells
9
good in here."
years. Zarvolg's clean. Tal'Dori's gonna fall apart.
Yeah. And Joel walks in and she's like, "Where's Zarvolg?" Oh, there he is. I can smell you.
So we should probably plan the day because we have a few things to do, and honestly, we should probably discuss. So we're going to the Lord Mayor's Keep. Do we want to do that first? And do we want to pick up another job, or do we just want to hang out for the next 6 days?
Well, I have a bit of trouble to take care of in town. So another job may not be a good idea, for me at least, but you are welcome to take one.
We should see what the Lord Mayor's thoughts are first.
Mm.
Well, the Lord Mayor is not going to be up and about at this time of the day. So my thought is we deal with the wizard first because he probably crashed at 7 last night as opposed to 2 a.m. this morning.
Here's what I'm getting at. Whenever we go to the Lord Mayor, we have the opportunity to get another job. There is no reason to bring it up if we're not going to follow through. So if we're not going to follow through, I shouldn't bring it up.
Let's see what he puts on offer.
Yeah, I agree
But-
with you, bro.
But
Probably going to get
more importantly, Jewel,
Yes.
your problems are now our problems.
Oh yeah. Well, that's actually part of it. I thought that we could ask for, and she'll get down a pardon for doing this.
A pardon for what? I've not done anything yet. That means this has been a job that I did that I wasn't caught for. So that's not a...
It takes away any leverage anyone may ever have against you ever. And it sets you up to do a favor for the government. If it's stupid, it's stupid. I'm just throwing it out there.
No.
I'm just throwing it out there. Like,
The only way to be completely out of the woods would be if my debts were paid. And then the myriad can go fuck themselves. And
Yeah,
my
but such
Raza, he will be okay. But I somehow doubt that this would happen for me.
Anyway, well, again, I guess I just believe that having powerful allies is a good idea. We don't have to even, I won't mention it. I won't even say anything. Change your mind, let me know.
Oh, I agree that influence is important. I think it's, as Ember said, I think it's probably going to offer itself up as we move throughout the day.
Well, I am thinking perhaps
You know,
there's
I'm
a way
talking
we
about the
can.
Ravengers in the wood, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Go
All
ahead,
right.
Jewel.
You're
I was just
saying, Joel?
thinking. Oh, so I was thinking there may be a possibility to work with the local government to expose certain parts of the myriad,
Whatever it
um,
takes.
or at least their clients, because but who are they without the clients?
Exactly. Leverage.
Redemption.
So we want to go to Gilmore's. Who actually? All right. So we need to go to the armorer to get Finch's armor,
Mhm.
Yes.
and we should maybe do that after the Lord Mayor.
No. I think the order of operations is stop and get Finch the armor.
Right.
Because that's going to be visually striking.
All right. That's perfect.
The first stop after that, I think, ought to be Eskil.
He
Okay.
is waiting for us.
Because he said to come in the morning,
Yes.
and it's 10 a.m. We're rapidly running out of morning.
And
But
the Lord Mayor may ask some questions that will need information from Eskil in order to be able to answer.
We'll
perhaps.
see. We'll see what they ask.
Now, what I'm going to suggest is we send a missive to the Lord Mayor asking if he would be available, let's say, 2 in the afternoon. That allows him to do whatever pomp and circumstance he thinks is necessary. Allows him to plan so we're not just showing up out of a clear blue sky.
Very well. Would you like me to pen something quickly?
Absolutely. You
Evane's
are
already pulling out her ink and penning the letter.
I'll remind you guys you do have some letters from
Oh shit!
these
Thank
very
you.
places.
yes. And in fact, I'm going to start reading my mail.
Also,
Okay.
something to remember is that we do have a large hide. See, I feel like 2 sets of armors could be made out of a skin that was from a thing that was over 12 feet tall. And then I don't know if you take the armor and then have it enchanted because like my pauldrons that are the beaks, right? The beak of the hippogriff. If I was just to make pauldrons with them, they wouldn't necessarily be magical, but they could hold magic. And I feel like that's what I understood when I was thinking about it, that this armor would not be magical just because you made it. There wouldn't be special because you made it, it would be able to be enchanted or such. Did I understand that correctly?
What was told to you is there are certain parts of monsters that can be used for specific enchantments or to enhance them, but anything else in the entire world can be enchanted. You could like cut a branch off of a tree outside and enchant it.
So above the table, you had said something about the Minotaur's hide,
Yes, the
that it
Minotaur's
could be
hide
turned
does
into
have.
magical armor.
Yes.
So I don't know if that means that as soon as, because Jewel can make armor, I don't know if that means as soon as she's made the armor that because it was the Minotaur, it's inherently. I don't know if there's something inherently different about Minotaur.
There is.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that hide can be made into specialized magic armor rather than just like the hide off a cow or something.
Thank you. There was a time limit on that as well. I believe it was 10 days, so 9 days now. Again, just to keep ahead on the clock of things that could go, sideways.
we have the Nightmare Slayer. So if we really have a need of finding more Minotaurs, he is our guy. He is the expert.
Holy shit, that's true. Yeah, I was just thinking of armor upgrades, I feel like both Jewel and Easton could have heartier armor.
I'm
Especially
wondering.
Jewel, because Jewel, you're right up in the front. You're always, always up in the business. Like, I'm always happy to heal you, but if you had a little, beefier armor.
Yeah, perhaps you know how we were all scooted away. Perhaps all the dead bodies was also scooted away somewhere.
Oh, that's a good point. But it's in a different dimension, isn't it? In a different plane.
I do not know.
I think it's in a different plane. I don't. Maybe Eskel could tell us. I hate leaving all that meat, etc. behind. Maybe the whole city of all the Minotaurs we killed.
Feed all the homeless.
I
And for the
do
record,
believe it's in our.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. I believe it's in our best interest if these Minotaurs are very far, far away, right? So, not that I'm hoping for you guys to fail at this Minotaur scavenging line right now, but I hope they're very far away. I hope to not see a Minotaur for a very long time.
Yes.
I think we were talking about the dead ones.
Alive or dead.
They would have spoiled by now anyway.
They had a bit of a smell,
Right, yeah. All right, well, never mind. But I still think one hide could potentially be big enough for 2 pieces of armor. I don't know. They seem to be twice as big as us.
No, in my personal preference, armor gets in the way of my aim, and I'm about as good as my aim is, but I appreciate the concern. It might be consideration for Wolf perhaps, but I think for now I'll stick to the hide I have on my back. But as far as what we should do, we should see Eskel soon. He is waiting for us. I almost feel rude now. Easton polished off his breakfast. Easton had brown toast, butter, turkey bacon. Yeah, he had the lean and mean, so he's done.
Joel just eats whatever's put in front of her, and wolfs it down. It's gone, and you blink and it's gone.
You guys are served up a delicious breakfast, a hero's breakfast, in fact. You guys are served. Each of you are given a tankard, but inside the tankard is crispy bacon, honey glazed crispy bacon, for a little sort of snack for the rest of the day or for breakfast or whenever you want to eat it. And for breakfast, you guys are served. I don't think that's a little much. He's not doing that. Wait for it. Something real good. I know it. You guys are served skillet fried spiced potatoes. So it's basically a egg and spiced potato skillet situation with all kinds of various vegetables and spices mixed in. It's his best work.
My compliments.
So good. So good.
Jules saves a couple pieces of bacon for the ragamuffin.
Hell yeah.
Although it's very, very difficult to do so.
He doesn't. You get the sense that it was almost there as a day treat kind of situation. You're absolutely allowed to take that.
Yeah.
All right. So we go find a wizard.
Yeah, we go find some armor first.
Oh, armor first.
Yeah, let's get Finch dressed up.
Excellent. Okay, I'll do this later. Yeah, you guys make your way through. You are... no, you guys are pretty widely recognized at this point. It seems that the legend of the Aurora Concordant, or at least the beginnings of it, have quickly spread through the streets of Westruun. You were recognized for your the Onkeg situation, and now Zarvog very much seems to have become the epicenter of the battle that ensued against the Minotaurs. People very much recognize the hobgoblin with a massive glaive strapped to his back walking down the street. Very noticeable, along with all of you. As you walk down the streets, you are hailed around every corners. Well, oh, here you come shop, heroes, come shop at my shop. Oh, welcome, yeah! And you guys are on almost every street. You guys are either sort of passively like, "Mummy, is that the heroic Concordant?" Shut up. Oh, no, I'm just kidding. Sorry, a little Monty Python came out of me right there. No. But they're like, you're recognized around every street corner, every child, especially the children who are like, oh, you see plenty of children who you have rescued. Plenty of people have heard from those children, the circumstances of their rescue. You are well known wherever you go. You guys make your way to the market district here in Westruun. And oh boy, let's see if I can pull up and remember exactly who
I feel like by like the fifth random like grouping of people just congratulating him, giving him a hero's like welcome, Easton's kind of like flinching from him. Like he's tucking his coat and he's just like he's trying to like usually you guys don't see anything from him, but he is not comfy with this at all.
To repay the favor, Zarvog tries to intercept all praise directed at Easton. What?
I think
use Druidcraft to like put a little aurora around Zarvog, just like a little glow.
I think as soon as the hood and collar go up, people sort of get the message that Easton doesn't want to be talked to as much.
Yeah, Jules' hood is up.
Yeah, so you two are
kind of children
like,
though. She likes the kids.
Yeah, the kids are kind of like, and you're like, you kind of wave, but once the hoods go up, like people sort of maybe direct their attention more towards like Zarvog the Nightmare Slayer, Slayer of Nightmares, or Finch, the sort of shining, gleaming paladin, or the very young but dashing Ember, or the scholarly Yvain. Very much attention begins to direct in that. Yeah, you're good. But you guys find your way. Damn! I never wrote down who all the armorers were. Whatever, they're not that important. You get there, and whatever person's like, oh yeah, the guy that you got the commission from, he died of plague. It's too bad, really. But business keeps going, and you're almost done. But don't ever come back here because I'm not a relevant NPC and I don't want to have to deal with me ever again. But either way, Finch, this really cool chitin armor is produced. Full plate set of Onkeg chitin armor. It looks very like I don't want to say Dune. Dune's the wrong reference here, but it's very like Desert Warrior. You know what I mean? It's got like just big insectoid platings just sort of layered atop one another. The actual helmet, it doesn't do a helmet because you have your dread helmet.
I have my dread helmet, which is even scarier.
Which is even scarier. So you've got like this metal dark dread helm, and then you've got like this insectoid sort of like coppery orange colored set of plate armor that is produced for you. Very, very different aesthetic than you've been pulling forward, but much more protective.
Sweet.
So you may add to your inventory chitin plate. Wait.
And can I sell? I can sell my chain mail, right? For like is for half the price, right? Of its worth.
For half the price, yeah.
I'll do that.
Got it.
So I know that a natural breastplate does not take the disadvantage on stealth. Does this mean that Finch won't have to take disadvantage? Check that out.
Oh no, I was nodding to what you were originally saying. Finch will absolutely still take the disadvantage as the cheat. It'll go like it's still layers and layers of it's not metal, but it's still like
very, very clackety.
Yeah, it's less of like a ching ching ching, more of like a.
You cannot blame me for asking though, because the stealth thing has been a challenge. Finch is normally, quite glorious, but it's hard to hide all that.
There's only one metal that's ever been said to be capable of crafting a suit of armor that doesn't jingle. Of that caliber, anyway.
Ryan, I'm
And
sorry
kick.
you're gonna hate me. I'm sorry.
What?
The NPC can remain nameless. Mr. Nameless NPC, I'm going
That's
to
me.
I'm going
Nameless.
to present
Nameless
my
J
griffin.
NPC.
I have the griffin beak, which I've been told could make a set of pauldrons.
That's right.
I was wondering if you could turn these into a set of pauldrons for me.
Sure, what kind of armor are you wearing right now?
I'm wearing a breastplate, medium.
Alright, stand right there, don't move a muscle. The guy goes back and he gets 2 nails and he nails it into your arm. No, I'm kidding. He like, no, he like, it takes it takes like 10 minutes. He like carves out like a small hole towards the edge of each of the beaks. And he sort of laces around like leather buckles onto the actual straps of the shoulders. And your breastplate is starting to resemble half plate, but not quite half plate yet. But either way, you're sort of sporting these 2 sort of griffin beak shoulder plates, which are kind of cool.
I will pay him whatever he asks.
He goes, "Don't mention it, you're all wicked heroes. You don't have to pay a dime so long as you promise never to come back. Because we're closing.
Okay, as you
Just don't come here again, because I don't remember the NPC's name, and it's bugging me."
Can I ask an above the table question really quickly?
Yeah, sure.
So for my armor, it's just considered full plate, right? Because I was trying to find it in the inventory and I want to make sure that I'm equipping the right thing.
It's just plate armor. Just add a normal set of plate and just change the name.
Okay, I will do that.
Same stats. You're officially more armor class than you need.
Joel would like to
It's only an 8. I only have an AC of 21 right now.
Also, I would like to point out that thing put you down with all of your AC.
I know.
So we're fine.
The trick is to have a lot of short rests in a day, and wear you guys down until you don't have spell slots anymore. That's the trick.
That is the trick.
So Joel would like to see a leather worker if that's possible.
Absolutely.
Everything just hits you.
I believe Ember had commissioned for himself, if you don't have it already, a saddle capable of keeping a refrigeration sort of pocket on the back.
Oh, yeah.
Which you should already have or is completed.
Yep, I do have it.
All right, excellent. You don't go to that guy because that shop also closed due to a mysterious plague that only targets NPCs you've known before that I forgot to write down. So instead, you're going to go to someone new who I'm going to write the name down of this time around.
You just shut his shop down. You don't want to do it anymore.
We don't have a full interaction. You go to a leather worker. What would you like?
Studded.
Studded?
Yeah.
Okay. You can absolutely have studded armor. Oh, how am I going to do this? I'll tell you what, make me an Arcana check. Maybe some money here.
17.
17. It's up to you guys what your plan is for that hide of Minotaur pelt, but that could be fashioned into some +1 studded leather armor possibly.
That would be great.
So maybe you might want to hold off on buying
armor.
regular ass studded
And
leather armor.
Joel could probably make the armor because she has the leatherworking shears.
Are you proficient in Arcana?
Proficient? No.
That's so the thing. You could take part in the creation of it, but you would need an Arcanist to work alongside you.
Okay. I'm half proficient.
I wonder where you might find
I'll give
someone
it to you
who's
then.
proficient in Arcana.
Oh yeah?
Ember. What's with Ember?
Ember.
Well, it's half proficient. Technically, the book says proficient, so I'll say not quite. But someone who's trained in Arcana can indeed craft this alongside you, and you wouldn't have to go through like a third party like Gilmore's. So you two could spend some time working together and crafting that yourselves if you want. It would take up your downtime, obviously, but it can be done.
That's awesome.
Well, it's like
And Jewel will get to wear the hides of her kill.
Yeah, she'll be beefed up. And then Easton.
Oh yeah, like Easton's got like he's got my in my sheet it's like leather studded armor, but it's like his coat thing. So like if you want, you can do like a really dope tailor job. You know, it's taking a
Joel
lot
can
of
do that.
hits.
Yeah, Joel will beef up his jacket a little bit.
Maybe
Yeah,
put a
you
little.
take out your shears, and as you hold, or these leather worker clippers, whatever they're called, scissors, and just holding them, you're like, I know what to do. And yeah, you're like, you look at Easton's whole situation, you're like, oh yeah, like
Oh
I could
no,
do
this won't do at all.
Yeah, you're like, and you're just through your brain, the skill of leather working just tells you how to make it look cooler.
Fix all the
So you guys
scratches, the
Yeah.
slice
Maybe put a
holes.
little Aurora
Just make it look
Concordant.
shittier.
Yeah,
So-
do a little carving for the Aurora Concordant on it.
All right,
Like
so
do the
where
tree.
you
Everybody
guys
has
off
the
to?
tree on their armor, like a leather patch with the armor tree.
That's cool.
All right, next is the wizard tower, right?
That's the plan.
I thought I heard Gilmore in there. Did you guys want to go to Gilmore's first?
I do want to see if I can get my shield repaired or to buy a new one, but I'd like to see what kind of reward we collect first.
Yeah, we should
Okay.
probably collect rewards before we start buying stuff.
Yes, money before commerce. I agree.
That is very true, so that we don't have a, maybe I can't afford it.
Because
And
we're gonna have to
then-
try and barter then like we did before, and that's not a guarantee.
Yeah, rather just show up with a full bag of gold, possibly.
Cash money.
All right, you guys head back to the old Slatestone Tower. Yeah, you go over there, you knock on the old door, and lo and behold, it opens, Zarvolg. It hasn't done that in a while. It opens, and you see the sort of stodgy red salt and peppered hair of Jecht as he comes to the door with a fine mustache and sort of looks at Ember with his curly red mustache and feels slightly emasculated, and then looks back at you, Zarvolg, and goes, sort of realizes his mustache isn't as big as Ember's, and goes, Master Zarvolg, it is good to see you again.
Grab him firmly on one shoulder and give him a good hearty pat on the other shoulder. Nice to see you.
My, you are the man for the job, it seems. The realm seer is back and prepared and happy once more.
All right.
Oh.
Can we see him, please?
Of course, please come right in. I was told to see you in the moment you showed. Right this way. And he welcomes you all once more back into Slatestone Tower. It is as you left it, in good repair. And you enter within to see Eskel sort of greets you all in the library, in which the book is gone. And he goes, oh, yes, it is good to see you all again. Yes, your reward, I'm sure you're here for. All right, I've been preparing some such things for you. And he starts kind of like going through his stuff. He goes, oh, where did I leave it? It's over here somewhere. No, not there. Here we are. So, this is all for you. And he is going to hand over a scroll to whoever will take it. Zarvolg. He says, this is a letter of...
somebody else but me.
I saw you put your hand up. I'm handing it to you.
All right, I'll take it.
You can hand it off if you want to.
Yeah, I'll hand it to Ember.
He says, well, this is a letter of introduction. You see, as I'm realm seer of... I'm sure you perhaps haven't heard of us. It wouldn't be unusual for you not to have. But, you see, the ethics and practice of magic here in Tal'Dorei is watched over and protected by a faction of mages. We call ourselves the Arcana Panosophical. And you see, we are a very elite station of mages who are in charge of the rule of law of magic and such here in Tal'Dorei, and I happen to be a very prominent member of the guild. So this is a letter of introduction. Should you find yourself meeting with the arcane panisophical, you may introduce, give them this letter, and it has, such good mentionings of your deeds and such, and that will surely get you in the door. I am going to post, because I finally bucked up and actually wrote you all a letter of introduction from the Realm Seer. That will be in Facebook if you wish to read it.
Sweet.
Pin that. It says, yes. With that said, I would like to especially provide you a little recommendation on the side. If you're looking for more work, as I'm sure you all are with the level of heroics you are, an old friend of mine by the name, he knows the name, this is me fucking up, not him fucking up, Allura Visorin of the Tal'Dorei Council, in fact, is quite fond, shall we say, of adventuring groups and often sponsors them. Between my letter of introduction and her need for good, capable help, I'm sure if you head your way towards Amon, you would have no trouble seeking work if you could get yourself in touch with Aurora and hand her this letter. I'm sure she'd be more than happy to provide you with work suiting of your capabilities.
All right. Sounds like we've made some influential friends.
Indeed. And one last thing I thought I'd throw in there for good measure. I have no need of it, but I figure it would be better used in all of your hands. Jex, if you could bring the box, please. He brings a chest forward, and he puts it down on the table. Jex, with sort of like a wave of his hand, it opens. Laying within, you see a beautiful lyre. It is stringed well. It's black and bronze, and it has sort of an image of sort of two faces facing one another. Immaculate, gorgeous design, intricate arcane symbology worked into the actual framework of the instrument. This is what is known as a Cly lyre, a very potent instrument to be utilized by a bard. I noticed that you had a bard, and noticed that bard happened to be the one who slayed the final foe during our battle, and thought it might be a good instrument to pass along to your group. So, the Cly lyre I present to all of you as a added bonus for your heroics and such.
Joel will look at everybody like,
Yeah, no.
Oh, don't look at them. If they try and wield it, they'll bleed from the nose. It is a bald item.
Thank you. What was it called again, Ryan?
It's called a Cly lyre. CLI lyre.
Okay.
Dang. If they try it, they'll bleed from the nose.
This is actually true. They will.
Zolva would be like, let me try that.
I was not joking. If you try and play it and you are not skilled in bardcraft, it'll hurt your brain immensely.
Damn.
Zara gets knocked unconscious.
Sarvolg's on the ground. Everyone get out.
Drool coming out of the side of his mouth.
Well, I would say I hope that will be sufficient reward, as I am sure you are being showered with more than enough jewels and praise from your many adventures. This is what I have personally to provide, and I hope it will serve you well on your future endeavors.
Thank you. Very generous, and we are quite satisfied. If you don't mind, we do have a few questions.
Oh, why not? Why not? Yes, of course, you're great and helpful people.
First of all, aren't you supposed to be really old?
And you see, he looks very happy with himself as you say that, and he says, "Indeed, I am a man a human man of some years now, but you see, I have unlocked the key to eternal youth. Yes, I have." Indeed, my longevity will last as long as... He sort of looks at Ember and sort of squints his eyes and goes, never mind, and kind of keeps speaking. His eyes sort of wandering to Ember every now and then. Now as he says it, he goes, "Yes, it is a. I do not wish to divulge the secrets, as if it fell into the wrong hands, it could lead to terrible consequence. Have you been in my stores?" He says to Ember.
No. It was a consequence of the book.
Speaking of which,
Yes,
what is the book?
I have now that I know particularly what it is capable of, I'll have better protections. But it was delivered to me by an associate of the arcane philosophical that you met, Zarvolg. You see, Plain Rider Rin is an expert in planar travel, conjuration, and such, and came upon this tome and left it in my care for further research. But clearly, it was a trap. And it had a gate portal, it seemed, sort of trapped within. I had no idea, and unfortunately, what happened. But it has been properly secured away and properly inspected, and will be met with more care and measure. But clearly, an abyssal tome of much more power than I had given it credit for.
So it has absolutely nothing to do with the nightmares and the children. They're completely separate.
Well, why don't you tell me? And he'll basically say, like, tell me the story and I'll let you know. Yeah, go ahead.
I smell waffling.
No, that's Jack. He's making my breakfast.
Oh, shit. I just rolled a 12-sided die. I don't think that's going to do it.
No, that's fine.
I'm going to roll a 20 now.
Yeah, okay.
That's not bad, because I have insight over here as a +7. All right, that is a 17.
17. He looks like he didn't know anything about any nightmares. Like the whole neck scratching. He's trying to recall if he can recall any instances of children kidnappings or nightmares. You get the sense that his just personality-wise, you get the sense this guy's very I care really only about what fascinates me, and everything else can kind of be up on the wayside.
So, Master Rancia, sir, did you not? How long were you in battle with the book, roughly? A day, 2 days?
It's difficult to say. With the transmutation and the abyssal energy transmuting together, it's difficult to say how much time actually passed, but it felt like several days. It was very difficult indeed.
Several days, but not several weeks. So, a week and a half ago. And you don't recall having nightmares a week and a half ago?
I just think there was some... I think I remember Jack was complaining about some strange dream. I think I had a couple of rather strange dreams myself, but you understand I couldn't sleep for most of the time when you were holding a portal and such. I was
no.
still rather exhausted.
That's all right. I was just trying to check the bounds of something. Thank you, sir.
Yes. Yeah. Well, sorry that there's... I hope that children kidnapping thing gets all resolved.
Oh, it's resolved. We took care of it.
Oh, good.
They also kidnapped Jack. That was why it took him so long.
Oh, they kidnapped my manservant?
Yes, they kidnapped your manservant.
Oh, that's why you all took so bloody long. How inconvenient.
That's where we found him.
Ugh. Well, why don't you tell me the story? Oh, yes, you with the mustache.
More importantly, they were planning to channel a great deal of energy upward.
To
feed what you had going on here.
Oh, that would have been terribly inconvenient.
They were trying to raise the Horned Lord, or Horned King, Horned something horned.
Yes, the Horned King. Yes. I'm not... oh, very well. It is a demon lord of exceptional power. this thing that tried to break through. You see, it is the demon lord, supposedly the creator of the Minotaur race, is said to be the demon lord of slayers and hunters. Is supposed to those who hunt and slay their quarry with great skill are often looked upon with favor by this most horrific demonic lord.
Oh.
Does he have a name?
Yes, it's not wise to speak the names of, especially. He kind of
Would you
speaks
write
lowly.
it down
He says,
so I could see it, Thane?
I'll say it. I'll say it. He sort of speaks lowly. He says, "The demon lord Baphomet."
Thank you.
Not to be confused with the god of lawful protection, Bahamut. This is the demon lord Baphomet.
No, I understood.
God in the middle.
And one last thing.
Yes.
Do you have any information on this individual? I see. I'm a monk.
This individual? Do you mean the demon lord speaking? Do I have
Yes.
information on the demon lord? Well, clearly I do. It opened a rather nasty portal, so I'm not going to be opening that. But I do intend to make my way to the reserve and see what books I can pull on the information, see if they have really great value.
Well, I'm a monk, so I look forward to
He
seeing
looks you up and down and goes, "Sure."
And she'll rotate like the collar of her cloak where you'll see the insignia.
Oh,
No, I'm
sure.
a monk.
Well,
I mean, they're as surprised as you are.
maybe I'll see you around then.
I hope so. All right.
So, before we leave, because we might have to answer some questions later on today, let me make sure I got this correct.
Yes, I will.
You received the book. Or simply investigating it as you would any piece of arcane itemry of consequence, and it happened to be trapped unbeknownst to you. Is that right?
Yeah, so you see, I don't always just. I have my own personal research that's worth noting, but occasionally I'm asked by my associates and fellow scholars to expect things. We all have a different expertise, so to speak. So Rin offered me the book for I had a better expertise of searching through such lore, but Rin did pick it up somewhere. I don't really remember exactly what she said, but she did say that she found it in some. She referenced a name. I can barely remember. It's fine.
All right.
I have a concern, Your Eminence.
I see. Oh, my eminence. Oh my.
To bring an Oni and 2 bound warlocks at the same time that the book was to arrive here would indicate a plan. Either to directly assault you or for something additionally untoward to happen. They had prepared the ground and were in possession of a scheme that goes beyond happenstance.
Oh, most certainly. I would agree with your assessment entirely. What was your name again, Mr. Ember?
Yes.
Yes. I would agree with your assessment entirely. There's no coincidence there. Your tieflings they seem to be cunning enough. Fiendish warlocks at that. Certainly under the influence of.
Is it within
Horned
your
King.
power to tell me where these 2 forks are attuned?
Oh, certainly. And he'll take them from you, and he'll look them over. He'll go, "Oh, that's quite easy. Well, this one is for the material plane. This material plane specifically, and this one is for the abyss. If you were willing, I would pay you to take these off your hands. Always useful to have tuning forks around. I mean, I already have this one, but I'm sure I can find someone. Or you can keep them for yourselves if you wish. Of course.
I wouldn't mind keeping the one for the material plane, but I'm happy to part with the one for the abyss.
Excellent, because that's the one that I want. And he will. Let's see here. I'm gonna figure out how much he's gonna drop into your hand right now. Uno momento. He's just gonna go. Let me see here. He's gonna sort of he's gonna talk to Jack, whisper something to Jack. Jack's gonna disappear. Jack's gonna come back, hand a little bag of gold to the realm serum, which it finally comes into your hands. He's gonna pay you 500 gold pieces. So you can delete that from your inventory, but you still have the material plane. You still have a tuning fork to the material plane. Yes, well, there's no other questions. I mean, well, but back to your assessment, though. I do agree. I think that there is something more at work here, clearly. It is possible that the Oni was already here in town, and then the Warlock simply requested the assistance of the Oni, or the Oni had been indeed working for the Demon Lord all along. It's difficult to say now that they're dead. But,
well, the energy that they were channeling, they had a very elaborately inscribed runic channel of some kind, and some prepared cages to sacrifice the children, which they didn't get the opportunity to do, and also your man Jack, which made me consider two different options. Option one is that book came to you by intent to harm you, to cause some sort of poor situation, or because of something you have here, there was an opportunity to breach the planar divide. In either case, I would highly recommend taking a look at what is down there.
This is a good point. It's a good point. I think I will get back in contact with Plane Rider Rin to find out where she found that tome and get to the bottom of this. It is a fine point, Mr. Ember. I remember she said it came from somewhere. I can't remember. I can't remember where she said it came from, but I'll have to check in with her and see if I can't find out where it came from. But indeed, when I was holding the portal at bay, I spoke at length with the demon creature, and it obviously promised all manner of nonsense, and but it did definitely say that it seemed to have intention more than just wanting to be here. Something in Western or around Western seemed to draw its interest. But of course, it spoke of the destruction and oblivion of the people of Western, and ripping them in half and killing them and mauling them. It's terribly unfortunate if that were to happen. But anyway, I shall speak with Plane Rider Rin, see what she knows. Perhaps we will be in contact if I have any further information. But for the time being, this is what I know.
I just felt it would be remiss not to bring that to your attention. I'm certain that you would have come to that same conclusion in your own time.
Most certainly. But it is always good to have secondary input to help forward on the more intelligent minds with wisdom, temper it with young sort of, shall we say, inspiration and new ideas and such. So, yes. But thank you all for your input. You're welcome to return at any time if you ever want to have tea or speak about such things. Please do not abuse it. I'm looking at you, Blue One. And just kidding. Yes, is there anything else I could do for you today? I have a great many projects that were ruined by this little hiccup.
Everyone's satisfied for now.
Oh yes.
Absolutely.
Well, very
All right.
well. It has been a
We
pleasure.
may return for further guidance or information.
Excellent. Certainly. And perhaps I might be in contact in the days to come, and if I manage to get in contact with Plain Rider Ren, see what more she learned, if you care to.
Oh, yes, please do. I would like to see her again.
Very well. Have a pleasant day. Good job, all of you.
All right. We'll
All
take
right. And Yep, and Jack goes, go this way, I shall see you to the door. And Jack will indeed see you all to the door. And Plaid Rider Rin, without sort of another word, just kind of like goes back to whatever he was doing. Giving a last sort of like look at Ember, much younger Ember, as he walks away. Not necessarily like, I don't like you, but just like insight checking you again, basically. And you guys all head down the stairs and you are exit Slatestone Tower once more.
As we're walking out, like as we're outside of the tower, but before we're around anyone else, Elaine will say, I mean, the fact that they're dead doesn't mean we can't get information out of them. We can ask them 5 questions. The way everyone else is treating us as hero, I'm fairly certain that the grave mistress Charisse might be willing.
Do we know the bodies though? Is the question.
But we know where the bodies are, don't we? We know exactly where
in
the
a
bodies
very
are.
deep pit.
And we get them out. We can do this. If it's stupid, it's stupid. But I mean, if there's a demon lord that's got a particular interest in the city, you know, it could be worth her interest. And I don't know. I could be wrong. Maybe I don't know.
I am just not eager to go back down there. That is all.
Oh, of course not.
Yeah, that's I don't have an. I mean, I'm certainly willing to help. I don't have an opinion on that one way or another.
I do not say for not help, but if there's this is also assuming they would talk to us.
I mean, if we ask them questions, do they have to answer? Can they still be hostile? And
that is a good question.
Anyone can make an Arcana check to see if they can recall the specifics of the Speak with Dead spell.
I would like to make an Arcana. I'm not proficient, but it's a cleric thing, and oh no.
Well, I remember the details that the grave mystic told us about the miner, that it is knowledge up until the point of death, but nothing beyond that veil. And they have to be willing to a degree to share that information, but it can be somewhat coerced.
So they would know if it was just a random thing or if it was connected and part of a greater plan. It's really all we need to know.
Assuming that information was shared with them.
right. And I'm not even questioning whether or not they would have the information, although that is a valid concern, is whether or not anybody told them what the plan was, but also whether or not they'd be willing to share with us. Just because we ask them doesn't mean they're going to answer.
Well, then that sounds like we should be going to the Lord Mayor, yeah? Actually, I'm assuming we were doing this as we were walking the entire time.
I can just kind of hear Nix's voice from the dead saying, you know, your mother.
Well, if I were a demon lord who had invested power in 2 subordinates who failed, and then my other efforts were thwarted, I'm given the impression that anger and venting runs high. There might not be much left of those bodies, if anything. Fire early, fire often, reduce to ash, streaming goo, and then burn the souls because I have them now.
Right.
I don't really know how things work, so sometimes I ask silly questions. Thank you.
It's not a silly question. If they hadn't been in a pact arrangement with the exact Abyssal Lord that just had his plans go to skit, there may be something worth talking to.
And here's a silly question, if you want an example of one. What that war there was a warlock woman with us when we fought the Oni, and then she was never with us again.
Her
And
name was Alice Sylph.
yes, sorry,
She's part of the game of elements. I believe she represents the element of air.
Oh, she without a doubt represented the element of air.
I just as an observer and more of a helper for this, I was wondering well, surprised she hasn't appeared. Seemed our goal.
Actually, she was so helpful and gracious. I don't know, like to buy her a drink or something.
She was
Which brings us
incredibly
to another point that we actually need to make sure Lord Estrix knows, and the Temple of Bahamut, because they played. They had expressed interest, and perhaps also the Raven Queen's temple, because she had expressed interest. The Grand, not Mistress. That's wrong.
Grave Mystic.
Priestess?
The Grave Mistress, Charisse had also expressed interest, and it probably there was demonic activity right outside the gates. Like, we should probably let the clerics know, just as a courtesy, if nothing else.
Of course, I assumed we'd all do some rounds as they were, catch up with everyone after the fact, especially after seeing where we stand with the Lord Mayor and the entirety of West Run now. There's without a doubt going to be information we weren't privy to before given to us. I just once you prove yourself capable, that there's always more trouble, unfortunately.
This is true. This is very true.
But yeah, whenever we find the air genasi, that would be, well, just was a fleeting thought. Yeah.
Well, she has a room at that inn, assuming that she's still there.
Oh.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
The Radiant Crystal, Radiant Cascade.
Should we go back to the inn to see
Crystal.
if the Lord Mayor has returned our missive?
I think
read
that's
the
fine.
letter.
I've got some mail to read anyway.
Yeah.
Daddy Master had something for us. Wait, no, sorry. Daddy Master, Dungeon Master. Dungeon Daddy, God damn it, Ryan.
You call me Daddy Master?
Yeah, it was like a
Wow.
double comeback.
Woo! It's getting
Yeah, that's a
crazy.
little awkward.
The words combined in my head, damn it.
Now we know how you really feel.
Yeah, no, I guess.
Finch, I thought we already agreed that
He
Finch is the
really
only-
likes my games.
Yeah,
I started here just.
Finch
this
is the
whole
only
thing-
Zaddy. Jesus Christ.
And I just start off with like, what happened to that hot Genasi? Air Genasi? Oh, sorry.
This has turned into a different kind of game.
Oh.
All right, where are we going, folks? What are we doing?
We're gonna swing by the inn to see if the Lord Mayor has said yes. Come ahead
Yeah.
with a 2:00 appointment. And in the interim time, Ember's going to read the 2 scrolls that he's got, and I would imagine Finch is probably going to read the one that you got.
I shall.
All right.
Jules
you guys
gonna
go read
play
the
your
letters.
lute a little bit, attuned to it, if you would.
Yeah, you play with the lyre a little bit.
Or lyre, yeah.
It's definitely a different instrument than the lute. A lot softer, a lot less sort of reverberance, but it's a beautiful instrument, and it seems to almost magically tune itself. You don't need to bother with any sort of knobs. It seems to sort of pull itself in the right directions. And we'll say that you're attuned to it at this point between the meeting and the walking and everything.
And she would have been plucking at it the whole time.
Absolutely, and it is probably the most gorgeous instrument you have ever laid eyes on or hands on before. And it plays beautifully. It is a gorgeous sound from it. And yeah, you just play away, and as you play and your cat claws sort of prick at the various strings, you don't feel that they're going to sort of break at all. You get the sense these are very strong strings, but nonetheless beautiful strings. And as you do so, you feel sort of like the fleeting power with every strum of the instrument. You feel the fleeting power of magic flow into your tips of your fingers. You very quickly get the idea of what tunes to play in order to bring about different magical powers.
Bill is about to start just a little song for the Aurora Concordant, just work on one privately.
Fantastic. So yeah, start working on that privately. No issue there. Incredible. Now for the letters. Okay, let's see here. For you, Finch, it simply says something along the lines of, congratulations on the defeat of the Oni, or it won't say that specifically. It'll say the ending of the horrible nightmares that befallen Westrin. Please, at your earliest convenience, return to Bahamut's Rest as we have prepared for you a number of squires for you to select from, and further reward for your great bravery in the city.
What about Mick?
At Bahamut's Rest?
Yeah.
I feel like
Oh, you mean to be a squire?
Yeah.
Squire.
No, I don't want Mick to get hurt.
Mick doesn't know how to squire. It is
No,
a
he
job.
doesn't.
It is
Yeah.
it is a number of skills required.
That's one crazy military school right there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'll
I'll adopt
read
you
the-
3 days later. You're now our indentured servant, clean armor.
Shit.
I knew this was a trick. I gambled with the best of them and I lost. Anyway, so that's what yours essentially says, Finch. It is from the Keeper of the Temple, Samar. Basically, we got rewards for you, dog. Come show up. The 2 for Ember, the first of which comes from the office of the Lord Mayor, essentially stating, servants have been sent to, like, it's, a little more fluffy than I'm saying it, but essentially servants have been sent to the Sun-Kissed Inn to bring you to meet with the Lord Mayor, but it seems that you have other journeys to attend to at your earliest convenience. Please make your way to the Lord Mayor's residence, as she very much wishes to make the acquaintance of such great heroes and reward you properly. And it's signed like the office of the Lord Mayor, and so on and so forth. The last piece of mail you've received is from Estrix. And he says, good lad, Ember, you have won, and I had no doubt that you would. I would like to summon you to an evening of celebration for our success in alleviating Westrin of this most terrible melody. Bring your friends, bring yourself. There will be drinks, rewards, and culture. So please come dressed accordingly. And it is signed Lord Estrix. And it basically says, yeah, like, you've done it, you won. We're going to have a little celebration in your honor, in our honor, technically. There will be rewards, there will be fine dining, and that everyone's welcome to come as long as they come with good manners and good taste.
And I will pass
that's
on
your
the
mail.
invitation to everybody.
Yeah, and then there's a number of other invitations from like, you saved more boy Jimmy from the horrible monsters. We would love to have you for dinner in our home, is like the rest of the mail, and there's tons of them. Letters from all the various parents saying either thank you or you're always welcome in our home. May the gods bless you all, and so on and so forth.
I feel like we would never ever eat. We would never ever have to pay to eat in the city of Western. Like for the next year.
Yeah, for the next year, you guys are good on food. You can always find somewhere to get. I mean, and certainly in those homes, you can kind of push it a little bit and be like, it's me again, what's for dinner? And they'll be like, oh, it's you, you fucking leech parasite hero.
You are my nightmare now.
Seems the nightmares in Western haven't ended. Can't get you to leave us alone. But anyway, you guys are going to the residence of the Lord Mayor.
Yeah, I mean, apparently they said earlier, so we don't actually have to wait till 2.
Yeah, we can go right now.
All right, you guys decide to go right now. You guys find yourself at the Lord Mayor's residence, which I'm going to tell you about as you approach. Let's see. Lord Mayor's residence, points of interest. You guys find yourself once more standing in sort of the town square and outside the Lord Mayor's residence. It is a squat manor within the Opal ward. It's a highly fortified compound, buttressed against what seems to be some kind of military barracks, and looks very sort of militant, very sort of authoritative, very much like, if this was to represent the power, it's very much like Iron Fist. Is what it seems to represent. As you guys come to the main gate, there are a number of guards outside who are like, oh my god, it's a royal concordant! Does that look really good? They all kind of look as firmly and as guardly as they possibly can. They don't do all of that, but they definitely sort of see your approach and sort of puff their chests out, the shields of the plains, as they are known. And they welcome you thus. I'm trying to find a cool little... let's see if we can get a nice bit of magic. Oh, this one I always like. You guys get here, and a servant finds you at the front and says, welcome, the Royal Concordant, then. Fantastic for you all to be here. The Lord Mayor has been excited to make all of your acquaintance. If you just follow us this way, and you were allowed into the main courtyard, where you see it's a little bit more open. You see a number of individuals sort of talking, various guards and warriors, a couple of politicians and such, and he says, if you'd wait right here, I would like to summon the Lord Mayor to prepare for your arrival. It shouldn't be but in a couple of moments. We would be more prepared, but adventurers like you, they come and go, they have much to do, so just but a moment, please. He enters through the main doors and disappears, and you find yourself in the main corner where the guards are very eager to be like, oh, the Royal thank you very much for your service to the city, incredible. You get a little bit more presence and a little bit more thanks from the individuals here and there, until the servant sort of welcomes you through the main keep gates. As you are welcomed and you walk in, you are welcomed to very polite but nonetheless loud applause. Yes, huzzah! As you walk into the main guard, or the main gate, to which you see a number of, politicians, councillors, some higher ranking sort of sergeants and generals of the actual watch stand present, all applaud at your entrance, and you see standing at the front is who you saw very briefly before when you dropped off the kids, is the Lord Mayor herself. A middle-aged Goliath woman stands looking at all of you with a smile on her face and happy to see you all. Lord Mayor Lysandra Kalos is her name. I'm going to repost her handout. As you see the Lord Mayor. She smiles, applauds herself, and says, welcome, Aurora Concordant. We owe you great thanks for what you have done for Westrun. Thank you very much for not only being here today, but for being the subject of much enthusiasm in the city. Great heroics all around. Thank you. And she says, well, in front of all of my good friends, counselors, and other members of the Watch, I would like to formally offer you the bounty for solving this nightmare. We have spoken with the realms here and realized that what you have accomplished is far more than what was originally thought to have been achieved, so we wanted to offer you a little bit extra than what was originally promised. A chest is brought over and opened up, into which you see thousands of platinum pieces inside. Hundreds of platinum pieces, maybe not thousands. To a sum of 3,500 platinum pieces. The original reward being 2,000. So almost double. She says, on behalf of Westron, we offer you this sum of gold, with the acknowledgement that no sum of gold can truly be enough to thank you for what you have done for this city. The saving of the children, the defeating of this horrible creature, the saving of the realms here. Your heroics will not be forgotten soon in the halls and streets of Westron. Thank you very much. There's another woo, yay applause from all of you. And the Lord Mayor says, well, if you'd be so kind, I'd love to hold a private drink with all of you to privately say a thanks for your great good and great deeds, if you would be so kind.
Absolutely.
All right this way, everybody. And as you all exit, there's another applause, and some of you that are sort of on the edge of the party's gathering, like a couple of like, thank you very much, and some like quick handshakes from various counselors and sergeants who sort of salute you as you walk by. And you guys make your way up to the second floor, to which you'll have a little. You'll sit at some seats with the realms here. A very casual sort of setting, and it's worth noting, as you enter within the actual manor, the sort of militant-like ness of the manor very much quiets and calms down. It's very brightly lit. There's banners hanging around. There's a little bit more of a casualness to the room. It's not very sort of ardently governing tables and stiff nobles. It's a little more calmed down. It's a little lighter. It's a little bit more sort of freed, if you will. And you all find yourselves sitting with the Lord Mayor, guards here and there, and people talking left and right. But you guys have a private audience with the Lord Mayor. Fenn's chest is puffed out. Looks very proud of himself for his heroics.
You give Finn a pretty collar.
Yep, maybe a new collar is in order. Who knows? But you all enter within. The Lord Mayor says, well, now that we're alone, just wanted to reiterate and say the same thing I said before. Great thanks. You've solved an immense burden to the city. Whatever you want to drink, you can, and some of the servants come over and sort of takes, like, what would you like to drink? What would you like to drink? What would you like to drink? And they'll do cocktails, they'll do ales, they'll do wine, whatever you want. And sort of sits down with you all and says, so, again, thank you for your help. And I guess my most important thing, I'd be a poor leader of the city if not to ask where these great heroes find themselves ending up next, or what your plans are.
Somebody who's not me want to talk?
There is something, but I do not think this is the appropriate place to speak about it.
Oh.
Yes.
See. Is there... Well, I will say you are in private with the Lord Mayor right now.
Oh, okay.
This is, if you mean what I think you mean, Jewel, this is the most opportune time to talk about that.
Very well, very well. I am not originally from Western, as you obviously can tell, and I am certain you are aware of my father, as we are probably the only tabaxi in town, to my knowledge.
well, I don't. There's many people of many cultures and races here in
Yes.
Western, but please continue.
Okay. My father, he is a bit of a gambling addict, and he is in severe trouble with the myriad,
Oh,
and therefore I am too. However, I have recently been given
well,
an
you should know. She
opportunity.
puts her hand up to sort of stop you as you're talking.
Mhm.
He says, well, you should know, and oops. She lowers her hand. She goes, well, you should know, Jewel of Twilight, that Westren fully outlaws any sort of myriad or clasp activity, and you can rest assured knowing that the Watch is always keeping a keen eye to ensure their criminal activities are brought to a minimum, and hopefully one day that scourge will be wiped from our city streets.
Well, I have an opportunity in which we may be able to pinch them, at least some of their more important members, or at least the
I
people who
see.
are hiring them.
I
And
see.
instead of helping them, I would much rather see them suffer, as they have made me and my father suffer.
Indeed, if you have information regarding the myriad in a way that we can, well, bring them to their knees, as it were, defeat them in the streets, we'll be more than happy to receive any information you may have.
I am thinking, there is an object of interest to the myriad that they want me to take for them. And I will say, if there is a spell put on this object, for tracking perhaps, I can take the item and we can find out where it goes.
I see. And you, I see. Do you know what item this is?
Does she know what item it is?
Nope. They said
No,
we'll
not
tell you
yet.
about a job.
Not yet.
I
But
see.
I will know
What el-
soon.
What else do you know about this job?
It is from a very wealthy merchant in town.
Alright.
Someone who possibly deals with moralities. I'm not sure
Right.
who, but I will find out.
Well, if you have information regarding the myriad and you've clearly proven your skill, I'm sure me and the Watch would have no issue with pinching, as you say, the myriad. Absolutely. So
I
we should
can
keep
once I find
this-
out this information, I can send it with my child so it is less obvious. He was a street child, and he knows how to be discreet.
I see.
There will
I
be
see.
too many eyes on me now.
Well, let us hold on this conversation until I can have some of my more militant advisors alongside me, people who can, as you imagine, I will not personally be overseeing
No, of course.
this particular operation. But I thank you for letting me know, and I will set up a meeting for you. Is there a sort of time frame on this? How much time do we have?
It must be done before the end of the festival.
The festival, I see. Well, as it just so happens, I was going to, as part of my question, figure out what you were all doing with your time. I was hoping that you would all be willing to stay long enough for the Hazel Festival. I was hoping you might all be guests of honor, and that more publicly you can be acknowledged. And I was hoping to pin some medals on your chests.
He starts looking at a place on his chest for a medal.
She just kind of sees that and says, well, I hope that there's enough space there for one more.
Believe me, if you have any extras, Zarvon will take.
Well, the people of Westrun would, I'm sure, appreciate acknowledging their hero, so I would very much love it if the Aurora Concordant would be willing enough to stay in Westrun long enough to be the center of attention and guests of honor at the festival.
I cannot see why not.
It's only a week from now.
I believe Zarvog was looking forward to the festival.
Yeah, Carmel up.
Excellent.
And I have some
Oh yeah,
information.
we're very famous. Oh, yes.
Lord
Please
Mayor,
go ahead.
it's come to our attention that you have taken particular interest in the Ravengers and the Bramblewood, and that you've suspicions that they're more organized than the average set of Ravengers. Is my information correct?
I don't know how you heard something like that, but I would say it's apt to say the Ravengers have taken an interest in us, but it has been remarked in these halls that they seem to, as of late, have a more intelligent focus as they go. Yeah.
Allow me to cut to the chase then.
Very well.
I believe that we can provide proof that if they are not organized, they are currently organizing. And you can do with this information, of course, what you will. But when we were off to handle the Banshee and the Bramblewood, we were set upon by them. And one of them locked in combat with our Paladin Finch, who is quite ferocious and terrifying in battle. And they tried to recruit them. They're stabby but stupid. Anyway, the use of language suggested that there was an organized group somewhere. Anyway, we thought you should have this information.
Well, thank you for passing that along. I would love nothing more than to have warriors of your caliber stick around and fight the Ravenger threat, but I imagine you have much greater purposes than dealing with raiders on the road. I, of course, won't say no to the opportunity if you're all willing to offer it, but it is, well...
Respectfully, you know there are religious cults devoted to Grumsh, right?
Yes,
so
that is the...
Right, so you've got a religious cult organizing. Whether we handle it or not, we should probably put people on it.
Say that last part again?
I said whether you have us do it or whether you have anyone else do it, it's probably worth your time.
Oh, most certainly. I assure
you.
you. Oh, most certainly, and I assure you that the Watch, the forces of Westren, as far as military operations go, dealing with the Ravengers, trying to figure out their leadership, impeding them, dismantling them, trying to arrest them, figuring out a way to stop them, these are our primary military interests right now here in Westren.
Anyway, when I found out that you were looking in that direction, I thought you should have that information.
Well, I greatly appreciate that. They are quite dangerous and organized, and we're doing everything we can. Every bit of information helps, so thank you.
Lord Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I would be remiss if I did not say that there are two additional parties that should be lauded about the closure of the nightmare scenario in Western. The first is the sorcerer Honor Kinebari. Her research was pivotal in our success. And the other is the bard Balthazar, who also provided key information for putting the Maiden of the Bramblewood to a final rest.
I see. Well, thank you very much for letting me know. I will be sure to pass along Westren's thanks to these two individuals. Who's gonna... All of you would notice that as, not immediately, but a little bit after the name Honor Kinebari is brought up, there is a slight, discomfort in the Lord Mayor. one that she doesn't hide terribly successfully, but clearly tries to. It's sort of like an eye, just like a little twitch in the eye, kind of catches all of your attention. But she clearly is trying to keep that low. She says, "Well, I'll most certainly ensure that Westren provides its thanks to these two apparently very helpful associates of yours. They shall be, I think, justly rewarded."
Lord Mayor, if I may, methods, they may not always be openly accepted, but in this case, we needed all the help we could get. And
openly accepted? What's openly accepted?
I
just missed the first thing you said.
In working alongside Honor, I am aware of a particular set of magic that she operates with, which is very similar to my own. Hope that doesn't
What
detract.
magic is this?
Like
Easton, you shouldn't speak for anyone other than yourself.
as I said, it took a lot of work, so I
see. She kind of looks around the table at all of you. Says, "Well, make no mistake, Miss Kinambari will be acknowledged for her assistance." She's looking at you pretty intently, Easton, as this tension sort of hangs in the air. You see her eyes kind of like looking you over, clearly trying to understand, fill in the blanks of what you were saying. But she kind of like puts a smile on her face and kind of says, "Well, is there anything else? You all seem to be quite knowledgeable of things that are quite surprising, unexpectedly. But I think that is why we must meet with our heroes. I think that's why it's so important. Is there anything else that has happened here in Westwind that has gone under the radar?" I don't know what a radar is. It's gone under the divination spell.
I suppose if you've not been told already, it was the two brothers doing the dream readings who was helping with the abduction of the children, as they have been taken care of. If you were wondering where they went, so that is taken care of.
Well, I was going to have someone debrief you all, but it seems that your skills have touched so many lives that the story very quickly comes to peace. There has been recent suggestion that she looks at you, Zarvalg, and says that you slayed some 50 minotaurs single-handedly, which if you'll excuse me saying, I'm inclined to believe is a slight exaggeration.
Just very, very slowly and obviously not in a threatening manner, like pulls out the blade. It may have been one or two less.
I have no doubt that many dark warriors met their fate at your hands. But anyway, point being is that the story has been well told in Westren and certainly in these halls, and I think we've all figured most of what has happened. The testimony of the children, their parents, the realm seer himself. But if any of you would be willing to sort of write out the events as they happen in your perspectives and send them along, I'd be more than appreciative.
I've got it. I've got to write reports yeah, you'll have it in the morning.
Thank you very much. Well, let's raise a glass then to all of you and to all of your friends who helped along the way. May Westwind remain a safe place as long as the Aurora Concordant stands ready.
Huzzah!
And she'll have her drink. She has a frothing thing of ale, of course. She's a Goliath woman. And she chugs that back. It says, well, if there's nothing else, maybe we speak less of business and more of simple pleasures. And what will ensue is she basically says, so tell me some of yourselves, and she'll learn your names perhaps finally, and maybe like ask about the details of the only in the essence of sort of conversation, but ask about the details of your adventure, where you've been, where did you all come to meet, and just like little non-invasive details of interest. And you're more than welcome to ask her similar questions and such. She'll speak of the manor and say, oh yes, this well, the manor's undergone a little bit of a much needed, shall we say, renovation since the Margrave. Many of you don't seem to be... Oh, yes?
How did you come to be Lord Mayor?
Well, that is quite a tale, and one that I will never tire of telling. Well, you see, the keep was known as the Margrave's Keep because, indeed, there's a long history of this city being controlled by the Margraves. It's a tradition that has been passed down all the way since the Scattering War. And it has sort of been a monarchy. And, well, the people of Westruun got fed up. After the dragon attack, a faction that I used to be in charge of, known as the Retrievers, dismantled the Margrave's rule and took control of the city, and we have since installed a better governing system. Again, you're all not present here, so I'll let you know how it's changed. No longer does a Margrave, that we do not use anymore, rule for life. Instead, we have a Lord Mayor who serves for a 5-year term with no... it's much said better over here. Hang on. We have a ruling council that adheres to the Lord Mayor. 5-year terms, there's no limit on how many terms they can have, and I'm very proud to say that I have held term ever since the position of Lord Mayor has been installed here in Westruun. So we make sure that it's more of a sort of democratic republic now, as opposed to the original monarchy. We've been trying to petition with the Tal'Dorei Council to begin this tradition in other city-states, but we've had some pushback, as you can imagine, so that's been difficult. But our ambassadors and delegates in the Tal'Dorei Council still continue to push along and hope for a more sort of modern tradition of governing.
Would above the table, but would we know the fact there at the end of her handout? She's never lost a re-election.
Yeah, she just said it. She's yeah. So there was like the Margrave, an individual by the name of Brandon Zimmerset, who was a tyrant, and her faction that she led, the Retrievers, uninstalled him, and she was elected Lord Mayor in the aftermath, and she hasn't lost an election since. So she's now, yeah, ruling.
How long have you been Lord Mayor?
Fuck! Let's see. Let me see if I can't find out. Remember, zero turn of absolute powerful characters. Kim Dex defeated the Man's Fox One and Tell Margaret with the hold over. Opposite point. Idealist. And it's been... I don't have an exact number on that, but I'm going to say it's been 3 terms.
Honestly, above the table didn't matter. Just needed conversation.
Yeah, no problem. And she's been in there a couple terms. She's won a couple elections.
So obviously been here for a while. I don't know if these names are names you'd know, but Camilla Tenva or Bodelia Austin, or these men who are their husbands, who the DM said I knew their names.
Got it. He goes, yes, they are members here in Westruun of the sort of higher class of society in the Opal Ward. We rely on them and they've offered much to the city.
And I don't want, you've been so generous, but would you feel comfortable offering a letter of introduction? We've reason to speak to them if you felt comfortable offering. I just didn't want them You don't just show up on someone's doorstep and say, hey, hello, you know? It's just rude.
Make a persuasion check.
Not you. All right, you. Wait, no, you. Sorry, I gotta pick the right dice.
It's all good. No
Don't
worries.
fuck me. Do not fuck me. You know something? That wasn't bad. That was an 18 on the dice.
18 on the
Which
dice.
I think is going to be just 18 flat because I don't have any extras to charisma.
She says, most certainly I'd be happy to sign a letter of introduction to these individuals.
Thank you so much.
Yes, absolutely. I'll have one wrote up for you. She sort of like looks to a nearby servant who's sort of out of earshot and kind of waves him over and says, would you prepare a simple letter of introduction for the next week for, and she'll say like the names, but basically it's like a short-term letter of introduction.
Thank you so much. I'm so very grateful. Thank you so much.
Of course, of course. You mind if I ask what your interest is?
Absolutely. If you don't mind, and this isn't a judgment, it's only an observation. You seem to be a very secular, dealing with the here and now, and I deeply appreciate that. But these two women had a grandfather, and their grandfather has a sepulcher, and their sepulcher is swarming with undead, and we just sort of thought that they should know.
Is this in the city?
Oh no! It's a place called Shadebarrow. It's days away from the city. It's
no. Shade Barrow, yes, I am familiar with that myth. Of course, yes, no, I'm quite aware of the legendary Shade Barrow, a very dangerous place, and we usually advise all who come through Westrun, we try and spread around that one shouldn't go too close or go hunting for it. Those who return to Westrun after going hunting for it usually do so as, well, let's just say they're a little more transparent and can walk through walls.
We're fine. We've been. We have information for these two women, and we thought it was appropriate, since it's their kinsman who had died, that we give it to them. It's all. We just want to honor the dead.
She sort of like looks around the shelves at a couple of individuals nearby. She goes, well, actually, if it's of some assistance, if you're curious as to Shade Barrow, and again, I mean, I've never been there, nor have I ever seen it or been given any evidence, I guess, until all of you now that it's even real. But we do have an individual in these halls who is very interested in Shade Barrow himself. His name is Blaine Cravarog of the League of Miracles. He's actually just over there. And you'll kind of like look through the shelves and you just kind of glimpse this sort of short man in robes. You don't see much of his face right now, like maybe you will in a second, but he wears like black and gold robes. He's sort of this pale, sort of very thin individual, and he's actually accompanied by Honor Kinambari. Just feel free to talk to this man. I know that it's been a subject of interest of his some time.
Thank you so much.
Certainly. It's good to have friends in high places, I imagine. I hope maybe one day I might convince you that maybe Westrun is the place for the Aurora Concordant. We have no shortage of things that you all have no doubt the skills to take care of.
I love it.
Is there anything else anyone would like to carouse or speak of with the Lord Mayor? No? Okay. With that, she says, well, I, as you can imagine, have a great deal on my plate. I have minor preparations for a certain festival coming up to prep for, and Ravengers on my door, and heroes to give accolades to. Well, one of those is checked off by now, but I'll be very excited to see you all once more at the festival.
And I assume we arranged the time for
day.
me to come get that letter.
Oh, Buddy shows up right now and hands it to you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, while you were talking, he wrote it, and she sort of like looks it over, reads it, and kind of gives it an approval and hands it to you. It says, "Yep, that should be valid to you for the next week, as a letter of introduction." All right. Have an excellent day, and thank you once more for your great heroics and skills and feats of valor and so on and so on. She smiles and finishes her drink and says, "By all means, stay, finish your drinks, be around the castle or the manor, and we'll see you at the festival." And she'll depart.
Nice to meet you.
She will set up a time with you, Jewel, and whoever else wishes to attend, to speak of your stuff at more length with the proper advisory at hand.
Yep.
Which will probably be like tomorrow.
Evane will come with full written reports that she would have handed to a bunch of other people anyway.
Got it. Fantastic. Is there anything anyone wants to do at the Lord Mayor's residence?
Oh, I want to go talk to whoever what's his name is that's with honor.
Blaine Graverock?
Absolutely.
I didn't get his name. I'm sorry, what was it?
Oh, it's a whole
Blaine
jumble of letters.
Graverock?
I will post it in the Zoom chat here, as I struggled even to say it. Craverog. So blame Craverog. Let's see here. Okay, you head over Yvain. Anyone who wishes to may as well. You head down the libraries, to which Honor says, "Yvain!" And she kind of like moves through the books and just kind of gives you a hug. And says, "Oh, well, it's good to see you here."
It's good to be seen. We were looking for Blaine. Perhaps you know him, Blaine Craverwood?
Oh, yeah, right here. And she introduces this, what at this distance you can acknowledge is a half-halfling individual, half human, half halfling. He is short, about dwarven height, about 5 feet tall, very short for, looks like a very, almost skeletally skinny human, like very, very gaunt, almost malnourished. And has billowing black and golden robes. And says, "Yes, my name is Blaine. Who might you be?"
I am Evane of the Earth Ashari. And I'm the healer for the Aurora Concordance.
I see.
And whomever is here with me, I don't know who came, so I'll introduce folks in kind.
Right, as well, it's a pleasure to meet you. Your heroics travel far these days, Aurora Concordant.
As does your scholarship, sir.
I see. Well,
I
thank you for saying
understand
so.
you know something of the Shadebearer.
I do know a thing or two of the Shadebearer, yes. It's been something of an interest of mine.
I don't know if this is the place or not, but I would love to hear anything you had to say.
Well, he sort of adjusts and says, "I'd be more than happy to speak at length of the Shadebearer. Mind if I ask what your vested interest is?"
I was there recently.
You've been to Shadebearer,
I have.
and you came out alive.
Apparently.
He sort of like looks at Honor. And Honor says, just sort of shrugs at him and says, "You'll excuse my skepticism, but, well, you can understand Shadebearer is fabled to be quite a dangerous place, and a mysteriously hard one to visit."
Oh, I understand. I mean, I suppose there are truth spells.
Oh,
If you're going to question my veracity, I'm fine answering under any whatever. But yes,
Honor,
I
you say
I
you know
did-
this. Honor, you say you know this woman? And Honor goes, yes, I do, Mr. Cavarog. Says, "And you trust her word?" And goes, "Undisputedly, she's part of the Aurora Concordant, and I know her quite personally. And he goes, "Oh, all right, that'll do. Well, if honor's certainly worthy of her namesake, if she's willing to vouch for you, I'm more than happy to speak with you at length of what your experience has been, what mine has."
To be clear, it's not like I went in and did a grand tour of the place. I was able to examine the druidic ruins, that's all. So I don't want to make it seem like more than it is.
Appreciate your honesty. It's still more than many have achieved. Well, I admit I'm a little busy today. I have some business here at the Lord Mayor's residence, but perhaps tomorrow sometime we might meet at, say, Cobalt Reserve.
Of course.
Very well. I'll be more than happy to speak to you more.
At your leisure. Thank you so much.
Very well. Have a good day. I'll kind of
And
nod
before
to
I
you.
leave, I'll give Honor a side hug and a kiss, and I'll say, "I'll see you later."
And she just kind of like waves to you. And if she sees any of the other folks, she just kind of like gives them a little wave. You get the sense she's here on the job. And you guys could go on your merry way if you wish to. Fantastic. You all exit the Lord Mayor's estate. Oh, sorry.
Next.
What'd you say?
Just asking the group, where to next?
Ah.
I have work to be done back at Bahamut's Rest, so I can certainly venture back there. None of you need to follow. Do you have other things you want to do?
I'm going to look specifically at Zarvog. Do you have socially appropriate clothing?
He kind of looks down at his own clothing and he's like, "Yeah,
What about this?
We're going to need to shop."
this really is the only clothing that he owns." So no, the real answer is no, he does not.
Can we please go through a Zarvog fashion montage?
Where everyone goes.
Actually,
the
they need
first
one
three,
too.
and
She
then the
only has
fourth one they
traveler's
go.
clothes.
Yeah.
Okay.
80s shopping montage.
Trendy eye for the hobo guy.
Pull his hair
I
back in
love
a
it.
little ponytail, very Wizard of Oz.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
you guys have a fancy party to go to tonight.
Right.
So why don't we go to a break, as I'm sure there's some shopping on the horizon, and I'll be ready for
Because
that.
we made bank, yo.
You
That's
made
a
some
stupid
food.
amount of gold.
Yeah, you guys
Yeah.
defeated you accomplished much.
I've got things I want to do that involve Gilmore and Honor. Oddly enough. Hey, Ryan, I'm about to send you something in chat.
No problem. Only half of all of your rewards have been given. Guys, we're not even halfway through all the rewards.
That's sick.
Yeah, we still have a lot of little question marks in our quest log right now. Well, not a lot.
Yeah, you
We got-
guys gotta go claim the winners of the Game of Elements, as it's been dubbed, and yeah. What was the other
Yeah, the
one?
whole freaking
Oh, Finch has got to go claim some rewards too.
And a squire.
Esquire.
the new NPC.
I have a new spell I want to play with.
Finch finally gets their companion. Everybody else has got one.
Finally!
Jules got a full child. Vane's got a rabbit unicorn thing. Ember's got a hand.
Have his
Oh,
bullets.
Easton needs one too, man.
His rifle, dude. Don't worry about
Oh,
it.
yeah, he's got.
My rifle.
This is my girl, Jessie.
Yeah.
No, dude. He's not a member of the NRA or anything like that. No, he's just service.
It,
Oh, yeah.
it has
What's
its
the
own
feat-
pillow next to you in bed.
What's the feat that you can take where you can pick up spells from another class? Do that and get wizard, and then just do, find familiar, just for that purpose only.
If Ryan lets
Waste a
you
feat.
a blood hunter wizard, something with. I will find something. And,
I'm there's other spells you could pick too. Can you, if isn't like 2 from that class?
There is. I don't want to spoil, but I am gonna do that. But to get fiendish vigor in the future, like we'll see if we get there. But that's like in the teens. I do have that in mind. Me and
Oh, if
Ryan
you're looking for a warlock pack, it just left you a... Awesome, thank you. Just so we don't forget. So, the crisp breeze of autumn makes its way through the trees. You stand outside the Lord Mayor's residence. Heroes of Westron, what would you like to do? The city is yours.
I mean, I think we need, some of us need to go into the marketplace to get clothes. This place to be fancy.
If it is a fancy.
Oh, we will before we do finger.
Was he really chopping to anyone else?
Yeah.
He was chopping
yeah.
me too. Yeah. Go again, Zarvolk? Sorry, we didn't catch that.
Oh no, sorry. My home internet is not functioning right now, so I'm working off of a hotspot. Is it still choppy?
That's
You're
better
good
now.
now.
All right. Anyway, I said, do we want to do Bahamut before we do shopping, or?
Let's let Finch do her thing because we can. I mean, to be honest with you, shopping for fine clothes, unless people want to RP it, I mean that's fine too. But you know, it's 15 gold for a fine set of clothes.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm fine skipping the RP for that.
Okay, I'll tell you what. We could skip the RP for the fashion show, but everybody has to go on Pinterest and find what they're wearing tonight.
Stop.
That's the deal.
All right, sounds good.
All right. A shopping montage ensues. Easton. We'll say for whatever reason, you're outside the shop. Maybe you just had to hit the bathroom or whatever. Maybe you got a little overwhelmed by this sort of finery of wherever everybody got, and you step out for a minute. And you hear sort of the clunking of feet approaching you sort of in the street, and you kind of turn to see this hulking figure approaching you. You recognize this individual. You have met before. You see this, he's a Goliath, and he's the one who helped you in the woods. Sort of the main guy who helped you in the woods. Big, stocky Goliath. Much more clothed than you see most Goliaths, a little bit more covered up. He's got, it's really weird. He's got like double belts across the chest. Obviously bald, nothing going on up there. And he has like sleeves attached to those two belts, creating sort of like a studded leather armor, sort of armory situation, but his arms are covered. They're just kind of dark, a little stained as they always were. Maybe there's some very faint sort of blood, blood stains around the cuffs. Very much looks like sort of a classic barbarian, but a little bit more mysterious. He's got a hood up. And you know him. This happens to be... Okay, we're gonna find a better name for him. The name generator. The name generator is being a little cruel. Alright, here we go. His name is Vimak. V-I-M-A-K. Simply, no last name, just Vimak. He goes, "Hey, little soldier, been a minute."
Fair, and I'm like relieved. I'm like, oh man, yeah, it has. I was.
Cat got your tongue?
How did you know? I was told there's not usually many of us in the location. Now that I know what an us is,
Even fewer of us. You know, we of the order. Proper order. Not these clarets. Met any yet?
I met one. Hard to say if he was a friend or foe, but he was a rival.
He was a
but
foe. I told you not to trust them. They'll never accept what we do.
That explains the sudden disappearance. I don't suppose I'm looking for much acceptance. I've gotten acceptance from the Auroran Concordant, and that's kind of enough for me. I'm not any step closer to my goal or my target, so hard to wonder if I've made good use of my time or haven't. But I helped West Run, and it does feel good. I can't
Good.
lie.
Listen. I told you that I'd help you achieve what you were looking for, right?
Yeah.
And you know, people don't like our type, generally speaking, we who use the magics of the Raven Queen. We're not liked by the general people, and people like me and you, we're liked even less. Not even the Cleric Order accepts us. So we have to stick together. And you're luckier than most. You got Westrun, you got Whiterun, you got, or he didn't say, sorry, I said Whiterun, I didn't mean that. He says, you've got Westrun, you've got Whitestone, you've got this Aurora Concordant group seems to have your back. Do they know?
Yeah. Not the full extent, no, but we've fought alongside each other. We've had each other's lives in our hands.
Good. Loyalty. If you can find it, keep it. It's not something you should turn your nose up at, especially in our line of work.
I am loyal to them. Even if time's been brief, they've been good to me. I value that.
And even if that falls through, you know you have a place with us. We taught you our ways. We gave you the Bane.
Yeah.
It sounds like you're making good use of it.
Happy to hear that. It's taken some getting used to, but in other ways it hasn't.
Fair enough. Look, it's a hunter's job to hunt their quarry, and you've got yours. But I'm gonna arm you right. Arm you the way you're meant to be. He's gonna sort of take a very large pouch off of his hip, and he's gonna hand it to you. It's about yay big, enough to hold a couple vials in. You think it's probably a vial pouch. He goes, you've seen what we do. You know the true power of the Order. Time for you to take your first dose, my friend.
Oh yeah. Easton looks at the pouch, stays kind of focused on it, and just locks eyes and nods firmly. Let's do it.
He hands them to you. Says, just be careful. Make you very powerful. It always creates a weakness.
In for a pound, out for a pound.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so
We taught you the basics. These forbidden alchemy. You, I'm sure, will be able to create your own mutagens that suit your needs quite well. Make it, put it in the vial, pump it in the blood. We showed you how it works.
Remember, I recall, and how am I gonna be able to find you?
I made a little special jaunt into town to find you, made sure that you were equipped with everything you needed, but you know where we hide. That's where you'll always find us. We also, Raven Queen gave all of us our power, however we use it. The Claret Order likes to claim that as their sanctuary, but if you're looking for us in any city, we're not too widely spread, but you might find us. Check in with the Raven mistresses, and I'm sure they'll point you towards someone of the Order, the true Order.
Thank you, Vermark.
You're welcome, little soldier. Excited to see what you do with them.
Forward to it myself.
Just be careful.
And just look at my look at the new mutagens. And we're like in the shop area.
You're sort of like out front of the shop. Like everyone's still inside trying on clothes and stuff. You guys are like on the street out front.
And
are
any of them like in the vials? Are any of them filled, or would I have to go kind of mess around with that tonight?
Yeah, you probably want to mess around with it tonight because basically it's like the basic alchemical formulae required. He's giving you sort of like your startup kit. This is like your build your own mutagen kit. So there is sort of like an injection syringe, and then there are sort of like the various sort of specialized alchemical concoctions that you will need to make your own mutagens.
Yeah, so I'm gonna just slip away and go back to the shop, especially where I've been staying, and I'm gonna get my alchemy on. Mess around.
Fair enough. Head back to the shop. You leave Vimok behind. He'll probably head back to the woods, and you sort of pour this all out on your table, and they've shown you all this. They've shown you how to make them. You haven't been equipped yet, but they've shown you how to make it. They've shown you how it works. You've seen displays of them at use, and perhaps have formed your own ideas of what sort of terrible alchemical monstrosities you can create with these things. And you can go to work building your first mutagen. Or your first formulae. Fantastic.
I picked my 4 and stuff, but yeah, awesome.
Yeah, you get four known, and you're able to keep one on hand at any given time, I believe. Okay, fantastic. So you guys finish up shopping. Easton sort of vanishes away. Who wants to go next? Who's going where? What are we doing? Let me do Finch. Let's get you taken care of, Finch. All right, you ready? It's Squire time.
Squire time.
Squire time. Squire time. All right, let's do this. It's awesome.
This music is intense.
I know. This happens sometimes. It keeps playing all of the tracks at once. Yeah, I'm gonna go to one somewhere else and come back. 'Cause it's a lot of music. Okay, that's better. Woo! Alright, Paladin. Hi, Paladin Finch.
That's right.
You return once more to Bahamut's Rest. Jesus Christ. Calm down. It's still playing the crazy intense music. What if I do a little of... Jesus Christ. It's going a little too hard. I'm gonna just make my own. Oh, it's playing out somewhere else. Oh, Spotify, you dick. Okay, there we go. I fixed it. I accidentally turned on Spotify. There we go. That's better. Sorry, folks. Got a little intense there. All right, Finch, you re-enter, to which there's like a very sort of short, quiet, but nonetheless respectful applause at your entrance. This is a place of sort of quiet contemplation and prayer, and you are given your sort of acknowledgement. Various acolytes will say, "Hi, Paladin Finch, congratulations, well done, thank you, in the name of Bahamut," and so on and so forth.
And I'll acknowledge them. I'll shake their hand as we go along.
Shake their hands, absolutely. Some of the younger paladins are like, "Wow," and Samar approaches you, says, "Paladin Finch, welcome back. You've done quite well by yourself."
I mean, wasn't just me. Definitely with the help of my comrades. I can't take credit for everything that happened.
The humility of, well, who can say if Bahamut is that? Who can say if Bahamut is humble or not? Deserves every bit of praise he receives, but your humility, I'm sure, is well regarded. Do him credit. But I'm sure you're here for more than just chit-chat and discussing our great deity. Well, I have a number of very eager young squires who are happy to take up the call. If you'd follow me right this way.
Sounds good.
He takes you into the bedroom. No, I'm kidding. He takes you out into the courtyard. I was just trying to decide where a cool place to take you is. He takes you out into the private courtyard of Bahamut's Rest, in which you're going to see 3 individuals lined up.
3 little lads.
3 little lads.
Little lads.
Hopefully they could be as cool as you one day. But not likely. Let's see here. Who do I got? The first of which you see is... I'm not going to put minis down, I'll just tell you about him.
That's fine.
The first of which you see is a young human girl. She has like sort of an undercut. Her hair is cut sort of short. She stands very attentively, very sort of like, almost like looking up at the sky, very like tenhut, respectful. The next one beside her, and by the way, this girl's no more than like 15 years old, young girl. Standing beside her is this fucking old ass gnome. This super old gnome, clean shaved, still very sort of like right and proper, has a number of tools sort of strapped to the belt here and there. Stands not quite as like tensely as the human, but still respectfully sort of like looking upward. Lastly, you see this fucking massive 7-foot tall 17-year-old Goliath who is looking about as tense and like attentive as the young human, and is looking up. You can see sweat like beating down his scalp. Definitely nervous. So there is the tall male Goliath, there is the young female human, and then there is this old male gnome. And Samar says, "These are the 3 that we have assembled to be your squire. You are more than welcome to speak to each one and get a sense of them and decide for yourself which would serve you best on the road, Finch."
I will I'll walk up to the human first.
All right.
And I'll just kind of give her like a little bit of an up and down. And I will just kind of like gently like grab her face, like not abruptly, but kind of like do like a little inspection. And I'm doing that only out of habit. I have no clue why I'm doing that, but that's what was done to me when I was a squire. Like, kind of like inspecting like their teeth and like, no clue why I would be doing that, but like just kind of inspecting her. Just because I'm trying to like mimic like what I think I'm supposed to be doing, because no one ever explained to me like why people did the things they did like when I was a squire. So I just think that that's what is customary.
Absolutely. I'll tell you what, in this moment, as you're sort of like take the kid's chin and very kindly, but still firmly sort of move their head around, look at her mouth, and she's sort of like probably the same expression you had when you were a squire of like, what? Wait,
the fuck is happening?
Why don't you make me an insight as you're in the moment and be like, okay, I get to do this now. Sort of try and figure what the point was.
Trying to figure it out. Yeah, give me a second. Yeah. Okay. All right, that's pretty good. 15.
15. In this moment, you can almost hear in the back of your head as you like imagine Kima laughing in this moment. knowing that she was fully fucking with you as like a new squire. She knew you were nervous and was making you more nervous and was just like kind of fucking around.
Yeah, especially because like yeah, I guess I would not have had an awareness of like how like different squires are promised to families. Had no clue, just doing what I think is customary.
Yeah, you thought it was a custom, but in this moment you're like, oh, this is some Kima bullshit.
But I don't let it know. I like make it look like I know what I'm doing.
Absolutely.
Um
One day she'll have the same revelation, maybe.
right, yeah, for sure. So I'll do that and then I'll
Performance
just
check?
right. So I'll do that and then I'll say you, and like I'll point to her and I'll say give me your name.
Beverly McKinnon, High Paladin.
And can you tell me a little bit about your lineage?
Yes, I come from the McKinnon family here in Western. My family holds residence in the Opal ward. My grandfather serves on the advisory council of the Western government, and I was the youngest of 4, and I was promised here to Bahamut's Rest to properly, hopefully serve one day as a paladin, such as yourself, good high paladin.
And what interests you in the order of becoming a paladin and in the Platinum Dragon?
She sort of stops and kind of goes, High Paladin, sir, my family was killed, and I was taken in by Bahamut's Rest, and I hope that I can one day protect people from what happened to my family.
I understand. And then I'll like move over to the like the next in line. What did you say? It was like an older
This like old gnome guy.
old gnome. Yeah.
Like so old, like your granddad old, like so fucking old.
As I move in front of him, I feel like I'll be like, oh, like just like startled a little bit, like now that I'm up close, like, oh, all right.
Oh, you are fucking old. I mean,
But I'll be really respectful about it because it's Finch. And I'll do the same thing, but I feel like I will like want to be equitable in like how I'm treating them, but like I'll again like gently touch this man, like same thing. And I'll say, and you, sir, your name?
Yes. My name is Panziver Joris Urgrim, High Paladin. It's a pleasure to meet you.
I'm going to meet you as well. And tell me a little bit about your lineage.
Well, as I'm sure it's a matter of question, I am 148 years old. I do enjoy tinkering, as most gnomes do enjoy. And if you were to... I've been a squire for about 100 years now. Traded from temple to temple. I just don't have the aggression required to swing a sword, much as I'm sure you're capable of, but I promise you this, that I have experience enough to keep you moving in the right direction, good paladin.
Are any of your previous masters in this town at all?
No, they're all dead. My last master died, so I'm seeking a new one now.
I see.
Yes.
And you said you've been a squire for 100 years. You recognize that's not customary, right?
I, of course, do recognize it. Some people are just so good at their jobs, I would say, is my only testament there.
I understand that. It sounds like your skills are better fit for maybe something besides war. Have you considered taking up an interest elsewhere besides trying to be a squire and getting yourself out on the battlefield?
Many have said the same, but I am a very devout follower of Bahamut.
Understood.
And Bahamut, my deep and undying loyalty, and though many have suggested I might serve better as a tinkerer in Craighammer or somewhere else, I much prefer keeping whatever knight I serve's armor shined in good repair and maybe a little bit better customized than some other knights on the field.
I understand. And I'll move over to the Goliath.
Just like looking up, terrified, clearly.
And there's like about like a foot of height between the two of us, because like Finch is 6 feet tall, so he said the Goliath is about 7 foot. So I will go and I'll like go like this for him to like come down to my level so I can like do the same.
He kneels before you so hard and fast there's a dull thud as his knee hits the ground. He just like hits the ground hard. There's like you clearly can see there's like probably gonna be a little crater
Little
where
dent.
for his knee, and he just like kneels in front of you with like such speed and like immediate command.
Okay. And I'll do the same thing, and I'll say, and lastly, your name?
Oh, well, my name is Wise Wolf. Master High Paladin, sir.
Right. And a little bit about your family lineage?
I don't come from quite a noble family, such as other squires. Good High Paladin. I was part. My father and my mother were part of the Goliath clan that came here under the Black Dragon all them years ago. But now I'm of proper age to squire, so my family gave me to the Temple of Bahamut, and here I am. High Paladin, sir, your holiness.
I understand. And I'll like put my hand on his shoulder a little bit, just to kind of like.
He jumps like a little bit.
Yeah.
Sounds like a little.
And your interest in the Platinum Dragon. Tell me about your devotion.
I like dragons. They're real, and my mum always told me stories when I was a wee like Goliath, and told me about how big and strong they are, and I think dragons are very interesting. Sir Paladin, your high holiness.
Okay then. So what is in this courtyard? Is there like is it just like an empty courtyard?
Yeah, it's an empty courtyard. There's some places to like sit around. This is sort of like a place where like the priests or the clerics might come to like lounge, quietly acknowledge outside the temple.
Okay. All right then. So, and I'll just like stare at them, and I'll just say,
he has not rose from his kneeling
that is
position,
fine.
looking down
Yeah,
at the
yes.
ground.
So, as I'm sure you're all aware, in order to be a squire and someday a paladin or high paladin, there are many different skills that you need to hone, and one of them is endurance and strength. I want each of you to stand with your back to the wall there, and then squat down.
Oh, okay.
And I want you to just.
They all squat in front of.
Yep, I just want you
like
to
a wall, like a wall,
like a wall squat, like a wall sit. Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna say, and don't move until I get back, and then I'm gonna go into the temple.
All right. Do you take Samar with you?
Yeah, I think I would take them with me, and I would just go into the temple. And then I'm just gonna dick around for a minute. There is no purpose for me going into the temple. I'm gonna just.
Yep.
Roll
You
around.
like get like a little drink and drink a little something.
Yeah, exactly.
Wine. And Samar just sort of just has like a half smile on his face, like fully knows what's going on. It's probably seen it 100 times, 100 different paladins, and says, and just sort of waits until you're ready to return, and you run to return like 60 seconds later.
Yeah, I'm not gonna stay in there too long. I'm not that mean.
All right. I'm gonna do some rolls here.
I was gonna say, what do I come back to find?
You find the gnome. The gnome is like no longer sitting on the wall and is sort of like gracefully taken their defeat and is kind of just like standing against the wall, but clearly like failed somewhere in there. He's old as fuck. But you do see the Goliath is like leaning against the wall, sort of fearfully, but doesn't seem rather bothered. Goliaths are naturally very strong creatures. The girl, however, is still leaning against the wall and is like red in the face, and you can see like her knees like wobbling, but like what you see in her is basically like determination. Like she's like highly determined not to fail. Like the Goliath is sort of just naturally strong, but the girl's deeply determined.
Okay.
But those two remain.
And I will go over to the little gnome and I will say, I deeply appreciate your commitment, but I'm going to dismiss you at this time, and I'm going to let him leave.
This is bullshit! No, I'm kidding.
Excuse me, I'll whip out my warhammer.
I'm kidding. He very gracefully nods his head and says, I hope you find the right squire. High Paladin, thank you for your time.
And I'll shake his hand and stuff like that, and I'll just thank him. I'll be very like courteous to him and just dismiss him on his way.
Smart goes, get the fuck out of here, you failed. Doesn't do that. But yeah, and you just want to like watch and see who falls?
Yeah, I'll do that for a little bit, and then I turn to him and ask him to bring me because they are unarmed, right?
They're unarmed, yeah.
Yeah, can I ask him to just bring me like two swords? Like they don't have to be anything sharp, but just like 2 blades.
Smart says, of course, and leaves, and will probably return with 2 short swords.
Okay.
Or 2 maces. That's probably what they've got laying around.
That's fine.
Yeah, brings 2 maces.
Okay. So I will do that, and I'm gonna equip myself with one so that it's more equitable, because I feel like that's just fair is fair.
Sure.
And I am going to go over to the human female first, and I'm gonna say, how good are you with the mace? And I'm gonna like hand her like the butt of the other mace.
She says, I can be really good. I can be really good with it.
And before she can even get that out, I'm gonna say, show me, and I'm gonna like start to go after her. Yeah.
She's like still leaning against the walls. You give her the mace, and she's like, she's like leaning against the wall with this mace in her hand. Yeah, her knees are like wobbling. She's got this mace. You're charging her. She like, what does she do? She like, she sees your mace sort of coming down. We'll say like a high thing. She doesn't move from her position. You told her to stay against this wall. She's not leaving this wall. But she does like kind of close her eyes and raise the mace in sort of the correct defensive position. But you're much stronger than her, and as you hit it, it's more than enough to like get her to slip down from the wall, and her butt hits the ground.
Okay.
You don't make contact with her, but she does fail to remain on the wall.
I'm gonna take my mace and I'm gonna put it under her chin, and I'm just gonna look at her and I'm gonna say, get up.
She shoots up to her feet. You can see she staggers a little bit because her legs are sore, but she staggers to her feet as fast as she can.
And then I'm going to kind of like get ready to like have the mace in my hand again, like I'm gonna come at her again, and I'm gonna say, shake it off and show me again, and I'm gonna like be ready for her to like come at me.
She nods and lets out like, she just kind of screams and charges you. And she's to her credit, she swings with all of her damn might.
Yeah.
It's like you're fucking high paladin Finch. It does not meet through. You either get your whatever you want to do. You either get it in the way or it hits off the side of your new plate armor. But she like whacks you as hard as she can. In normal medieval how weapons actually work, this would hurt like fuck, because that's what maces are built for, is hurting people in armor. But she whacks you as hard as she can. You are more than capable of deflecting it away, but she just kind of goes into this like frenzy of like mace swings at you, with just like a hot-headed determination to just to do. But her legs are like shaking and from the wall sit, and she's coming at you with everything she's got.
Okay, and I'm just gonna let her keep going until she tires herself out.
Okay. The Goliath guy does fall off the wall before she's done. He sort of, and he kind of, and he falls to the ground. Kind of like holds his legs. But
as that's happening, I'll be like, I saw that.
Yeah, fuck. He goes, oh no. He does sit there for a while though. And to his credit, he probably sits there for like 2.5 minutes, which is pretty impressive. And then, but she just keeps coming at you. This girl's like, she's like 15. Her body isn't built for war yet, but she's coming at you with everything she's got. She swings madly. You're easily like putting your shoulder in the way, blocking it with your mace, just kind of putting your back so it hits the back, doesn't hurt you. But she just keeps coming, and she goes for a good like solid 5 minutes and just kind of and just like keeps coming, and by the nature of how long it's taking, eventually she will get like a decent shot in, just by the nature of like a nat 20 will come up at some point.
Yeah. I'm not really looking for like, I'm not really judging her on her like ability to like fight per se. I'm more so testing her spunk.
Her spunk. Well, she keeps coming at you to the point where her body like it's determination that's keeping her going, and she's even got like angry tears kind of coming down her face after like 4 minutes, just because she's frustrated and she just can't get. She doesn't feel like she's impressing you. She can't get you in any way because you're so heavily armored. But she just keeps going and going, and after like somewhere between like 5 and 10 minutes of just like the equivalent of sprinting with a weapon, just hammering away with all of her might for like 5 to 10 minutes, she slows and slows and slows until she's like literally got like the mace like on the ground, and she's like throws it over her shoulder, and she keeps just like uselessly trying to throw it into you until it's like.
And I am gonna, so as I see her getting tired, I'm gonna crack her once right across the face.
Bam! You smack her across the face and she falls to the ground, just like laying there, breathing heavily.
Yeah, as she does that, I'm gonna put my hand on her shoulder, and I'm gonna cast a couple points of lay on hands.
Okay.
And I'm gonna whisper to her, I like your determination. So I would heal her. I would heal her to whatever damage I did. But I'm gonna I would let her lay there.
Yeah, if you like hit her, you did like 3 points of damage.
Yeah, I'm not like a hard crack like that would like knock her unconscious, but enough that I knew that it would like take her out. Like
we'll say it's a superficial sort of thing, and she sort of falls to the ground, and you say, "I like your determination." She kind of like is exhausted, but she starts pulling herself to like her feet into basically like a kneel, and just kind of like looking at you with like a look of like uncertainty. She doesn't know what's going to happen next.
Okay. And I'm just going to say, like, you can rest. And then I'm going to like take the mace from her, and then I'm going to hand it to the Goliath, and I'm going to say, you next. And I'm
as you take the mace from her, you feel like she doesn't like let it go at first, of like a fuck, I failed kind of thing.
I would nod at her like it's okay. Like I would give her like a look like it's okay, like just give it to me.
Yeah, she does then release it to you. But there is that initial like maybe I need to do more, and then you kind of give her a nod of like, it's okay, you did good. And she releases it and just kind of like stays there in the grass, just worn out. You give it to the other guy, who has a very physical advantage on her, and you give it to him, and he goes, all right. And he's just gonna go for it. He goes, all right, and he swings at you, and it sort of ricochets off your shield. He bashes himself in the face, and he goes, oh! And he breaks his nose, and he goes, oh no. And he kind of like keeps going, but he's just gushing blood as he broke his. He rolled a nat 1.
Okay. Oh shit. Okay, I'm gonna be like, all right, and I'm gonna just like be like, okay, and I'm gonna try and like get him to like stop for a minute, and then I'm gonna like put my hand on him, and I'm gonna do like lay on hands and like heal whatever the fuck just happened there.
All right, his nose goes, and he goes, ah! And it inhales up, and he goes, oh, thank you, Paul. Should I keep trying to hit you with the mace then?
That will be all. Thank you.
Oh okay. Okay. And he kind of like walks away heartbroken. He fucked up bad. He fully bounces off. No resistance of the arm. He just fully lets it ricochet into his face. And he walks away with like a really ugly fucking like mace mark across his face. And he just kind of walks away into the temple.
Okay.
None of them will do.
Yeah. Neither. Dang. I'm just gonna say, why don't the two of you just rest here for a moment, if you'll excuse me, and I'm gonna go back into the temple for a minute.
All right, you go, Samar?
Yeah.
All right. You go back into the temple. They both lick their wounds. Samar says, all right, well, you've certainly give them an interesting test. How do you feel?
I think I know who I'm going to pick.
Right. Oh, and I want to assure you, quick, before you do anything else, you don't need to worry about their skill to be able to perform the responsibilities they have been taught. All right, just want to be assured.
No, I understand. Above the table, question for you. What would I know to be customary in terms of some kind of like, I will say like an item or a token or anything that would like symbolically be given to somebody like as a squire that would like I guess like demonstrate to others maybe that that's the role that they would have, something that's like given to them as like an initial symbol or signet of like the duties that they perform. Like what would I know to be true with that?
No need to check as you went through this whole process yourself. I don't actually believe squires, like, historically, like, held anything other than sort of... They probably have,
I wasn't sure if they had
like a signal of the banner of the knight that they are
that's what I was thinking.
watching.
Yeah.
So I would recommend... you're not a knight yet, so you probably don't have your own banner.
I don't.
But you could probably give your squire like a holy symbol of Bahamut as like sort of metaphorical. It wouldn't be like a signifier that this person's your squire.
No.
You could write them like a letter if you wanted. They could hand to people if you wanted. But I don't think there's anything traditional. Some might just be like, you're my squire, come on. And
I think also, I mean, for all intents and purposes, I could probably like go to like a tailor in town and get like a, what's it called, like a tabard with like the Aurora Concordant symbol on it or something.
Yeah, absolutely.
Since
it's
the only,
really
like,
up to you, is what I mean to say.
That's probably what I'll do. But
right.
Yeah, for now, let me look in my. Okay, no, I will talk to what's his name, Samar, and I will ask if there's like a basic holy symbol that like I can acquire from the church, because I don't think I would definitely wouldn't turn over like one of my own.
Just by all means, absolutely. And he'll acquire for you a symbol of the Platinum Dragon.
Okay, and then I will just kind of like put it against my own chest and like close my eyes and like kind of like whisper some words in Celestial, just to kind of like give it my own blessing, like bless to the Platinum Dragon, and then I will go out to the candidates.
Got it. You go out and like before they go quiet with your arrivals, the door sort of creaking open, like the kind of quiet thing you hear is, "I don't think I'm gonna be called. I don't think I'm gonna get picked." And then it opens and they both sort of rise to their feet. The Goliath much faster, obviously, than the other. And you actually no, they're both pretty slow because their legs are hurting like a mother right now. They both kind of like rise to attention as you enter the grounds.
So I'll kind of like pace in front of them and just give them like little, you know, the up and down, make them sweat just a little bit more. And then I'll look at both of them and I'll say, like, I deeply appreciate both of your courage, your determination, and your wantingness and willingness to devote yourself to the Platinum Dragon and to becoming like a holy knight in his honor. With that, I can only pick one of you, and I choose you. And I'm gonna go to, what's her name, Beverly, right? Yes,
Beverly.
yeah. I'm gonna go to her and I'm gonna say, can you put out your hand?
She puts out her hand to you, just a little starstruck in the eyes.
Yep, and I'm gonna put the holy symbol like in her palm, and then I'm gonna like close her fingers around it and then like hold my hand there. And I'm just gonna say, you know, on this day, I bestow upon you this holy symbol of the Platinum Dragon. May you carry it with you, and I welcome you on this journey to hopefully knighthood.
And she like, you can see there's like a holding back tears sort of situation, and she says, "I won't let you down. I, Paladin Finch, thank you so much. I will serve you well, I promise."
I know you will. And I'll go over to the Goliath and I will reassure him, just because obviously I know he was
he kicks a can. He goes,
I
"It's
know.
fine. I know I fucked up."
You didn't. Okay, so I hope that you take a lesson from today that, you know, life isn't perfect, and I don't want this to deter you from putting yourself out there. Because while you may not be the squire for me or what myself and my compatriots are looking for, there most certainly is other opportunities out there for you. And I will like put my hand out, like shake his hand.
Okay, but thank you for the opportunity.
I know.
You're high paladin in this.
It's like, okay, all right, go on, scoot on home.
Oh, all right. And he walks away. Samar says, "I looks at Beverly and says, "Congratulations, lass. You're going to be in good hands." Sort of nods and says, "Well," puts a hand on your sort of arm there, Finch, and says, or your shoulder. She's a dwarf. She's not that small.
Mhm.
Goes, "Well, I got one more thing for you there, Finch. You're going to have a squire to tend to your things. You're going to need some more things, I think. Right this way."
I'll follow.
And as you appear outside the front of the temple, you see what is the equivalent of like a Corvette sitting outside. You see this strong, broad, beautiful white horse, a war horse, in fact, that is endowed in chainmail barding. Beautiful, sort of polished chainmail barding. And he says, "Well, if you're on horseback, I'm sure your squire is going to need a horse, which means you're going to need a better one. So, we'd like to give you this horse that requires a master, with all of the barding that a knight might require as they enter in the fray. Not quite a knight yet, but you're almost there. One more rank."
I appreciate it. And I will go up to the horse and I'll pet it.
You can tell this is immediately like a very well-trained, tamed horse. No animal handling check to sort of make that initial interaction. It'll take some time to grow that bond with this beast, but it is a war horse with chainmail barding. It is a beautiful, just sort of almost perfectly white horse. Beautiful beast. Absolutely beautiful creature. Meant for a high knight or nobleman, no doubt.
And I'll shake his hand and I'll just say, I deeply appreciate this gift. It means so much to me.
The horse shakes your hand and no.
Yeah.
You shake Samara's hand and Samara goes, "Well, what are your plans, High Paladin Finch? You have a squire? You have a steed worthy of your skills and your deeds? What's next? Where will you go to bring Bahamut's name?"
That's a big question. I think right now, I have some other meetings to attend to with my compatriots. But I think right now I'm going to take a little adventure in town and actually do a little shopping. And I'm going to say, do you want to come with me? And I'll turn to Beverly.
She goes, yeah, yes, sir.
Okay.
And she'll sort of fall in line and go with you. Samara says, "Oh, by the way, the horse is from your old knight you squired under." She kind of side eyes, doesn't know if you want to let that onto your squire, so just kind of puts it that way. So
Okay.
A gift from your the former knight that you served under.
I appreciate it. I will let them know that I will send them my best wishes. Thank you.
Excellent. Well, you're always, of course, welcome at Bahamut's Rest. And if you ever need to lay your head down, contemplate, whatever, we are here for you. Thank you, Finch. You've done great good.
Thank you. And I'll shake his hand again.
Shake your hand. With that, he'll depart into Bahamut's Rest.
Good. And I will, I guess I will mount up. I guess I'll pull my squire on because I can't just let her walk alongside. And
sure you can. That's what a squire does.
No, I feel like I'm not, that's not fair. At least not right now. I've already put her through enough. I'm not that mean of
That's
a master.
fair.
I'm not mean of a master yet. She doesn't know that.
It's coming.
Yeah. No. So yeah, I'll let her ride and we'll go into town.
She's sort of shocked that you offer, and in her vision, the sun's beating down, your armor's not shining anymore, but your horse's armor is shining. You're and she goes, "Whoa!" And you throw her up on the back of your horse, and you guys kind of ride through town. She's small. She sort of side mounts, and she's just kind of a little starstruck that dream of squireship's coming true. She's got her bag on her back. She's ready to go.
Okay, sounds good.
Now that I've fooled that idiot Samar, let me tell you my true identity. No. But yes, you have now made a squire in maybe get to know a little bit more about Beverly down the line. Or not. She's your squire. Do with her what you want. Incredible.
So does she just follow me around above the table? Does she just follow us around now just like a companion?
She'll function to you as it's noted in the... she's your companion. She won't enter battle, though. unless like she's trained to do so. Like, 'cause that's your expectation as a knight, as
Yeah.
her sponsor, is to train her to become a paladin.
Got it.
But as of now, she will serve you as sort of like a retainer. She'll cook, she'll clean, she'll polish, she'll set up your bedroll, set up your camp, carry
Okay.
your shit, whatever you want. So she's basically your servant learning how to be a squire, or learning how to be a knight.
Is there anything that I have to record in D&D Beyond or no, right?
No, just trying to. You can put it in. You can put it in there as you remember her name, but there's no like character sheet or anything like that. Maybe one day.
Got it. Underneath of creatures, Squire.
Yeah, creature squire.
Squire.
She would very much have the commoner stat block as of now.
Got it.
So she's good at taking care of your shit. Those are her skills.
Okay. All right. That sounds good. Yeah. And I'm going to go into town and likely have some clothes made for her. And then I'll be shopping for a shield.
Got it. And she is well clothed, by the way. She's not like in rags.
Yeah. Yeah. She's not rags. No, but I want her to have like the Aurora Concordant, like tabard.
Nice. You get her like a little like cloth badge to be
Yeah.
like, that'd be cool. So cool. All right. Fantastic. Why don't you drop like fucking a copper? And they'll like, or no, this is a little more intricate. Let's say 5 copper.
That's
And
fine.
they'll like sew a little badge onto your squire's shirt, and she'll be very proud. Incredible. Let's move along. Is there anything else? Oh yeah, my Gilmore people. Some people wanted to head to Gilmore. Fuck Gilmore.
We'll go. Because
God
why not?
damn it. Yep, absolutely. Let me just go ahead and figure out what's for sale today. But you guys all make your way there. You are going to West Run. Oh, where are you? Market Board. Gilmore's Glorious Goods. Hell yeah. Incredible. You make your way in there. You see Jerry is indeed within the shop. He goes, oh, it's all of you. You're all back. It's sorry. It's good to see you all again. What can I do for you?
I'd like to see what crossbows you have. Heavy, please.
All right, I'll see if I've got anything in the back. And it's gonna go check out to see if there's anything there. Here we are. I'm just figuring out if it does indeed have some, and changing the music because,
Did Matt already had 2 weeks ago?
Nope. It does not matter. We had 2 weeks.
So it's just a random roll.
Yeah, that was a little while ago, and stuff kind of sells and gets traded around from shop to shop. So it's a little bit of a hodgepodge of various items.
Can I have met them there at Gilmore's?
Yeah, sure.
They're like, who the fuck is that with you?
Who the?
Why do we keep collecting people?
Right,
Another one.
Why are there always little people?
Why are there always children?
It's just an unpaid intern.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That is what a squire is, an unpaid intern.
An unpaid intern.
Free child slave labor.
Exactly.
Yep. They get. I think they get
Indentured
food.
servant.
They get food. I think that's what they get. That's their lives. I'm trying to find like a cool like magic shop track here, but it's really just not being cool. Whatever. I'm gonna
Age
do
of
Wizard's
Wonder?
Tale. Nah, I know what that one's like. It's not that one.
Okay.
I know it. Sure, throw some potions of healing in there. Let's see what we got. See what we got for sale today. God damn, all these potions. So many goddamn potions and scrolls. Okay, hang on. we're gonna do better here. I said no potions. No scrolls either. Okay. Frickin' Gilmore's, man. Alright, there we go. Alright, you guys are looking around for heavy crossbows. He says, we don't have anything, we don't have anything in stock for heavy crossbows per se, but if you wanted an enchantment to be done upon a certain item, we can certainly ensure that that gets done for you, sir.
Oh, all right. That sounds doable. What kind of enchantments can you offer?
A lot of different things. I mean, the most usual one is just sort of, I mean, what are you looking for? What are you looking for to get out of your magic item, sir?
Oh, right. So, this one time, I was fighting ghosts and couldn't hit them.
Oh.
I want to be able to hit them.
That's rather unfortunate. But that could certainly be done. Many enchantments hold the ability to sort of solidify certain creatures against your crossbow, so I can make that happen for very cheap, in fact. You just need to put a little bit of magic into your item. So let me know what you think. I could do, it's rather expensive, but I could do a sort of a +1 upgrade. Oh, that's really cool. I'm not giving you that. He says, well, honestly, one of the more basic upgrades that I think you might appreciate is a sort of warning enchantment, which essentially grants the user the ability to not be surprised. It sort of warns them when trouble's about. It will awaken your allies' advantage on initiative.
You had one like that last time I was here. I liked that. Yeah, let's do that.
All right, if you could just hand over whatever crossbow you want enchanted, I'll be more than happy to do that for you. It'll take a couple of days, though.
Sure. Hand it over.
Should be done by the Hazel Festival.
Thank you.
So he's going to give you a heavy crossbow of warning enchantment. Incredible. What else would you guys like today at the shop?
Oh, okay. Is Ember here too?
If he wishes to be.
Yeah, I'm along for the ride.
Okay.
I'll tell you guys what. I'm gonna make you guys. I'm gonna try something. We're test running something here, okay? Because this is what Matt Mercer did, or this is what Abria Iyengar technically did, but we're gonna give it a shot. Anything with the rarity of common, uncommon, or rare is available at Gilmore's. I will hold the right to veto certain items, but if you could find it as an official magic item in D&D Beyond, probably in the shop.
Okay.
Can we have like a couple minutes just to do a little searchy?
Sure, go right ahead.
So,
Yes, Yvain.
there are some things that I want that aren't, I feel like they could be done, but I don't think they're necessarily in D&D Beyond, and I just wanted to ask questions about certain enchantments.
Absolutely. Ask me all you want.
So, for my armor, I've got these pauldrons from a hippogriff, and I was wondering if could be an enchantment like something so that if I was falling, I didn't fall so hard, or on my breastplate, these were from ankegs. Maybe it would hold an enchantment that would allow me to climb with greater ease. Something sort of like that. Also, I have this feather from a hippogriff, and is there such a thing as a quill that would, if I could speak, and it would just write for me, so that I don't have to spend so long writing. I write a lot of reports.
I see. Certainly an interesting enchantment. I admit I don't really know if I have it. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. I get so sleepy here in the shop. But usually mages tend to use their mage hands to write for them. I've never heard of someone enchanting a quill.
Right, I'm not a mage, so I need certain I don't know, accessibility aids, I suppose.
I see. I could look into it. I mean, I don't have anything off the top of my head or on hand that I could do to sort of make that an enchanting thing, but I could see what. I could always, Well, you said you wanted your pauldron. We'll start with the pauldrons. They could be enchanted to hold a certain featherfall enchantment if that's what you want.
Right, that's what I was thinking. And then for the breastplate, do you have something that's like sticky, sticky, climby?
Well, these are all items. You're describing items that very much exist in the world. Maybe not through the specific enchantment that, I mean, through the items that you are, but here, give me a second, because I'm pretty sure these are both items that exist, just not in the format that you're asking for.
Sorry, you've above the table, you've talked about these things can hold enchantments. So I've been like, well, what sort of enchantments should they hold? I didn't think of.
I get you. Right. Says, yeah, for an uncommon enchantment, I'm pretty sure I could put a featherfall enchantment into the item. It will be sort of a charge-based item. Oh, here it is. Yeah, he says, well, I could enchant your your shoulder guards if you wish, but we do have for sale a ring of featherfall if you wish to purchase that instead. I mean, you could purchase it right now and have it in your hand and on your finger, but I can, of course, transfer the enchantment from such an item into your pauldrons if you prefer that.
For very sentimental reasons that are completely emotional and totally not logical, I would like to have it on the pauldrons.
Fair enough. Absolutely. So here's what I could propose. Sorry, he's a very sleepy guy. I'm trying to roleplay here.
No, I remember he doesn't get nearly enough sleep, poor fellow.
No, he works very hard. He says, okay, well, I could sell you the Ring of Featherfall for 2,000 gold, and then I could do a enchantment swap for... You're already charging so much. Why don't we say, like, we'll call it 100 gold to just do sort of an enchantment swap. It will destroy the ring, but I can put the enchantment into one of the two pauldrons. It will be an attunement-based item, though. I will warn you of that. And to give you just a sort of full understanding, while you have this attuned to you, you will be under the effects of Featherfall permanently.
So anytime I have to fall off something, I won't necessarily go spiraling to my death.
Exactly. It's basically a permanent sort of enchantment that will lay upon you until such a time as you're either unattuned or you don't have the item on you any longer.
I adore that, yes. Thank you. Sold.
All right. That'll be 2,100 gold pieces, please.
Forks it over gladly.
Fantastic.
And then I have another question, and this is something, I mean, I don't even know if it's possible, and I apologize for my ignorance in your field. I have, and she pulls out Happy, and she goes, this is my combat medic. You see, Happy is very, very brave, and he does healing for great people, except it's very important to me that maybe he has a certain sanctuary when he's going into battle, because he's not very hearty, you see. Maybe like I could activate that would dissuade people from attacking him, because he's not a combat bunny at all. He just heals.
I see. That's a very interesting rabbit you have, ma'am. We can absolutely see to it. Let's see what kind of sort of warding. He'll get his big book of magic items out that are in his sort of cataloged here at Gilmore's. And he's gonna start looking through it.
Above my head, I was thinking like sanctuary, like something that would just keep people from wanting to hit Happy. Like he's never gonna hit anyone.
I understand.
That ain't his being.
He says, well, we do have, as you may know, magic items when attuned to change size. I do have here a Cloak of Displacement. It is 8,800 gold pieces, but upon attunement, it will make your bunny very hard to hit.
I'm going to keep that in mind, because I don't have that.
That's
But
quite
I
all
can
right. Very
manage.
expensive item. It's okay. I've got other stuff around. Give me a moment to look through our stocks here and see what sort of warding magic items we possess that could help a rabbit.
And again, I'm sure if I can't get it now, that at some point in the future I can.
No, you certainly are more than welcome to peruse and browse. There's no issue in that whatsoever. Oh boy, let me think. We're probably thinking more of a wondrous item here, considering this is a rabbit. I don't think our bunny can wear bracers.
Oh, no.
I don't imagine that would be very helpful there either. We do have a cloak of protection for sale, which will have similar effects, and your rabbit gets to wear a cloak, which looks really cool. And it'll grant your rabbit a bonus to AC and saving throws.
All right, that's a good start. How much is it?
Well, let me just take a look. That's significantly less than the displacement cloak. That's 3,500 gold pieces.
Right.
Let's see. Well, why don't you tell me what kind of protection you had in mind for your rabbit?
So I spend a fair amount of time at the Wild Arbor, and while I'm not a priest myself, I know that there's a thing that they can do while they're praying that it dissuades others from wanting to engage with them. So it's not it doesn't necessarily make them harder to hit. It just makes things not want to attack them.
Oh, I see. You want to place a sort of religious sanctuary on your beast. Well, it's not. I mean, I would normally say that's something I can absolutely enchant, but that's sort of more of a religious custom. I can make some arrangements with some of the local temples to sort of on your behalf purchase sanctuary scrolls and transfer the enchantment. It'd be a interesting endeavor. I could try and create some sort of item that holds one or more sanctuary charges within it a day. I could try and make that possible. I could give it a shot.
Brilliant.
Never done anything like that before.
I might be able to procure the spell. I'm sure I'd have to pay for it separately, but there are a few temples at least which I think well of us, and one might be willing to provide such a scroll. Happy was very, very helpful, I think, during these last few battles, and I just want to make sure nothing ever wants to hit him.
Very interesting, ma'am. Okay, well, I think, yeah, I've heard of a magic item with sort of a similar thing. It's probably going to have to be the product of a temple, though. It's not really within the realm of wizardry or sorcery to produce.
That's all right. Thank you so much for your guidance. At least now I know where to go.
Yes, no problem. I would definitely recommend seeking out some sort of religious individual who might be able to lead you in the right direction.
Thank you.
All right, is there anybody else who has
Am I here, Ryan? Was this included in the shopping?
You can be here if you want. Anyone could be here.
Would one of the rings be available, like Ring of Protection or something like that?
Yeah, absolutely, as long as it is a uncommon item here. Oh boy, I need to close some of these tabs because I am overstimulated.
I think it's rare.
You want a Ring of Protection?
Yeah, that's
all right. We have those. Excellent. And I can give you the proper price for such an item. Yeah, if you want a rare Ring of Protection, I'd be happy to sell that to you for 3,000 gold pieces.
not bad. And we each got this is to the group 5,833. Yeah.
Yeah, almost
That's
6K
correct.
gold. Yeah,
Okay, so
you got that easy.
all right, yeah, I'll cover that, and that'll give me something else to play with.
All right, he hands you a He takes out a little box. He goes in the back and he finds it. He brings out a little box and he opens it, and within there is a ring of protection.
3K on the ring. Okay.
How much was my enchantment going to cost? I don't think we discussed it.
Oh, that is right. Your enchantment. Let's see here. Thank you for reminding me. So very honorable. Oh, fuck. That doesn't make any sense. Why is that so expensive? I'm gonna veto that.
I think when you offered up the actual, there was a crossbow that had this enchantment before. You said 500 gold pieces.
Yeah, that sounds
Yes.
much more reasonable than what I was looking at just now. Yeah, he'll say, oh yeah, he'll say, yep, 500 gold pieces will be the cost of enchantment.
All right, that's fine. Thank you.
No problem, sir. Oh god. All right. Wow, that's some very nice high. Oh yes, you sir, with the very fine mustache.
Would you have a ring that is capable of storing arcane energy?
Oh, I see what you're getting at. I see what you're getting at there, sir.
Ring stuff there. Yeah, when in doubt, buy a ring.
Yeah, man. You guys come out looking all like blinged up.
Like pimped out.
Fucking pimped out. Like, let's fucking go, boys. Yikes, that's asking for a lot of money. Let's see here if we can't get a better price on that. Oh shit. Yeah, this is an expensive one. He goes, yes sir, we do in fact have a ring of spell storing, and it's a rather difficult item to acquire. That will be 24,000 gold pieces.
Oh shit.
Okay.
Apparently, every system of magical item price grading that I can find all agrees that this is a very expensive item.
Okay, fair enough. And I'm going to continue to think on that.
Yes sir, yes sir.
Jewel will come up to a saddle, hopefully a saddle of the Cavalier. And how much is this one?
Let me find out, ma'am. Saddle of Caviar. I mean Cavalier. Alright. God, son of a mother... Alright, there we go. That'd be 2,000 gold pieces if you're interested. If you don't mind my saying so, it's a very interesting pelt of hide of fur that you have there on you.
Oh, it is Minotaur.
Minotaur. Wow, I haven't been able to work with Minotaur in quite a while. Any interest in having that enchanted?
It's for sure. What can you offer? Where's the armor?
Well, I think that could quite easily be made into a +1 suit of light armor. I could do as well as studded leather armor.
The studded would be amazing. And the +1?
Let me just find out the price for you there, ma'am. Do you know how much studded leather armor costs at base?
I think it's like 75, but I'll check.
Yeah, that sounds a little on the expensive side. I might be wrong. 45.
Oh, okay.
I can offer that to you for 1,600 gold pieces. If you wanted me to enchant that into a suit of +1 studded leather armor, I could have that made.
You have a deal.
Very good. Similarly, that will be done and prepped by the festival.
1,500, you said?
1,600.
1,600, okay.
I will start to describe to him and see if he happens to have a particular shield. And I'm going to describe what it looks like, and I'm looking for the shield of the silver dragon. Oh.
You would.
Well, we'll see if it's in my price range. I feel like if not, then there's other options there. It just seems like it makes sense.
Oh fuck, that's expensive as fuck, dude.
I'm sure it is.
I'm gonna tell you right now. Well, first thing I'll tell you is that it's not for sale here.
Lame.
The second is that it's probably well over what Ember might be paying for the Ring of Spellstorm.
I feel like it was too good, and then I was like, oh, it looks like it's a, it's like the color in the, what's it called, in the inventory looks like it's a common item, and I was like, oh, okay, and then I clicked on it and I was like, dang.
Yeah, I would say this is probably,
This sounds like it should be a wondrous item. I feel like it has like way too many like fun features.
This is probably like I would go as far as to say this is like a very rare, maybe legendary item.
Right.
Because a +1 armor is rare. This is a +2 at base, which makes it very rare. And it's also got a warning, like a weapon of warning enchantment on it. So I'd be like, that's a legendary great enchantment.
Right, and not only that, but it gives a +2 to initiative.
Yeah, the warning aspect. And
all right, so let's scratch that. And I'm gonna just see the price differential between like a +1 shield and a +2 shield.
Got it. It says, well, that's rather easy, sir. A plus good night, your knightliness. Let me see here.
Your most holy.
Your most holy knightliness. Congratulations on your new horse. Let's see here. Yields are only 10 gold at base, so that would be... we'll call that 1,600 gold pieces for a +1 shield. If you wanted a +2 shield, that's a little bit more than 6,000 gold.
Okay. All right, I will purchase then the +1 shield.
All right, and a +1 shield is brought to you. Cool. Damn you, Finch, damn you.
You said 1,600?
Yep.
Yes.
Am I only allowed to purchase one item? That's fair. That's fair. You limit it. It's cool.
Well, here's the deal. So here's the deal, guys. Because I give you the benefit of ASI and feat increase, I do try and limit my +1s and +2 items.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. No, that's why I was asking. That's fine.
Cool. So I might say stick with. Well, I'll say go ahead in this instance because your upgrades aren't based on like any ability score. Just take it. Just take it before I change my mind. Just take it. Take it.
So you had mentioned before about a cloak of protection.
Fuck. Fuck you, Finch.
It was 3,500.
It was 3,500 gold. If you say no, that's fine. I get it.
No, go ahead. I said it. Go ahead.
Okay.
This is how it works. This is the game. There's a magic item shop. It's part of the fucking lore. So yeah, go. He goes, yes, I do, sir. Have a +1 cloak of protection if you want it.
Thank you so much, and I'll hand over all the gold.
Oh my god, I'm gonna have to kill Finch. That's the only way I'm gonna.
You're like, fuck!
The more AC you add,
Bahamut. It's fine.
the more danger there is to your person.
I feel like, but that's the fun of the game.
Yeah, it is.
I have to remind you, you almost killed us so many times.
Right.
You all had
with every
one
point of AC
left.
that Finch adds to their AC, the higher the CR ratings go every single time.
That's great.
What's interesting is when I equipped this, it didn't change my armor class, which I find intriguing.
You gotta tune them.
It's not an attunable item.
So I'll tell you what. You can have the cloak, the shield. You can't have the shield. Sorry, I gotta set the line somewhere. You get the shield. The cloak of protection's 3,500 gold pieces, but they don't have any +1 shields laying around because that's a very rare enchantment.
Let me play around with that real quick because I'm not understanding why the cloak isn't changing my AC when it says that it should.
I'm pretty sure it's
The cloak
because you can
doesn't
only.
use it.
I'm pretty sure there is a ruling that says you can only gain the benefit of a magic item once, and I bet that might be across magic items, but I don't think so.
I just removed the shield from my inventory, so I'm not equipping it anymore, and the cloak is still not changing my AC. So if that's the case, then I'm not gonna purchase it.
Why wouldn't the cloak be providing?
No, the cloak does need to be attuned.
When I click on it, there's no option to like attune or
You scroll to the very bottom.
Check into it.
I did that. It just says there's nothing there. It just asks me what bag I want to move it to.
Oh,
And
you
then to
have
the
to move
bottom
it
of
to the bag
your
first.
equipment page.
Oh,
the
I
bottom
see.
Of your
Aha.
inventory.
I got it. Okay, so the shield was 1,600, so I can add 1,600 gold back.
Yes.
That's fine. Okay, we good.
Cool.
Actually, Yvain just wanted to clarify something. One pauldron is getting Featherfall. Does that mean that the chest place can get Spider Climb for the same price, which would be 2,100?
Well, he'll say, we have the slippers of spider climbing if you want that instead. Because we definitely have those in stock, but it'll be another sort of, God damn it. Hang on a second.
Basically, I just find myself having to get up and down places, and I'm trying to prepare for the eventualities of having to get up and down without having to turn into a spider. You understand?
Yeah, I understand. We do have the slippers of spider climbing available for purchase if that's what you wish. I can do another enchantment swap if you really want me to.
And how much would that be?
Let's take a look.
Poor Ryan.
I love
That's
shopping
what I was hoping
episodes.
to.
And while you're doing that, I guess above the table then, because I think it was pretty clear that Finch's shield was fucked. I would have to go elsewhere to get it repaired then, right?
Yeah. Slippers of spider climb are 5,000 gold pieces. I could do that. We do a very basic sort of enchantment swap for an extra 100 gold pieces, so that would be 5,100 gold pieces. But that is another attunement item. I will
No. That's again. I don't necessarily have the money for it now, but I will at some point, and I will of course come back here. So thank you so much for your time.
All right, yeah, no problem. And is there anybody else wants? Steph?
Yeah, I'm still puzzling and shopping. Bear with me.
No problem.
Just out of curiosity, what would a dragon wing heavy crossbow cost me?
I'm gonna say they don't have that in stock because that's a very
Okay.
particular.
Fair
That's a very
enough.
particular item.
Yep.
But
That's
I
fair.
also will say your heavy crossbow with warning you can add to your inventory because, like, you can mark off the gold and add that to your inventory because they have that in stock. No need to wait for creation; they have those in stock.
Not right now, but like, are those tattoos a thing in our
I'll say the tattoos you'll require a special merchant for those. Those are very specialized.
I was
Yeah.
thinking
for
about
like the
that too.
future? I want
Yeah, for the future. There might be, maybe there's some sailor turtle out there or something who does magic tattoos. Who knows?
Yes.
Amon.
Freaking Gale has got me
We got
into the
face tattoos.
We might have to go to Vasselheim anyways. It's fine. We'll have a chance to be on a ship.
You guys just picked random places. You guys are like, Iman and Vasselheim have them for sure. I'm like, I didn't say that.
No, but I have to get to Isilra at some point. I know I will. I just feel it in my bones.
Oh, do you? You going to Assyria? You leaving Tal'Dori?
I don't know what I'm going to do there, but I just want to do something. Commune with the druids there.
I don't know a way to do this at the table, so I'm going to ask it above the table.
Fair enough.
Rod of the Pact Keeper.
Oh, don't worry about that.
Okay.
Trust me. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Yeah, and also it's worth saying that, like, every class has their own reception in society. Like at the bottom of the barrel, we find ourselves with, you know, blood hunters, and just above that we have warlocks. So if they were carrying magic items for warlocks, it'd be a little bit like a. This is a weird shop. That's pretty. That's pretty. Why are they selling uranium here? That's
Really
weird.
sus.
Ring of the Ram.
The Ring of the Ram?
Yeah.
Ah. Magic item everyone wants, but nobody uses. Let's see. Yeah, we got a Ring of the Ram. Why not? We got everything at Gilmore's.
Except a +1 shield.
Except anything with a +1 bonus.
Except for Jules' armor.
Except for Jules' armor.
All right, so we don't have everything. Okay, God, sue me.
That's Asumi. We just have every rare, almost every rare and uncommon and uncommon item. Ring of the Ram, yeah, I will be happy to sell that to you, sir, for 5,000 gold pieces.
Okay. Sold.
All right, here you go. And he produces, he's handing rings out left and right.
And I will immediately summon Red, and I will place it on Red's finger.
Amazing.
Ring goes, I don't know if I can attune to this, dude. I mean, yeah, I guess I technically can. Yeah, okay. So he'll get that. I will say this though, he can't. You know how you banish him to like your demi-plane?
Yeah.
Probably not taking that with him as he goes. Just so you know.
That's fair.
Okay. He'll attune to it. He can happily attune to it, but he can't take it with him into his plane. All right. He'll take that ring. He'll begin attuning. Very nice. That's all right, everybody. That's quite a gold burning some holes in your pockets, huh? Sorry, that was a joke. I tried to make a joke.
No.
Is there anything I can do for any of you else before?
I will see you in 2 days.
I did good this time, finally. Usually I'm the one spending all the money.
Yeah, you did pretty good.
We
Nothing for
almost
you,
died
sir, with
so many
the
times.
strange tube on your back?
You already gave me my ring.
Oh, yeah, that's right, I sold you a
You're
ring.
very tired, huh?
You know,
Oh,
if
yeah.
you, yeah, I don't sleep. I got a lot of work to do around here. It's really just kind of me running the shop, you know. But you know, they say if you spend 1 million gold, Gilmore himself will present you with whatever magic item you want. That was a joke. That was another attempt at a joke. I'm sorry. But
That
he's
was
around
bad.
sometimes.
Say don't threaten us
I
with
like
it.
that.
man.
And
Yeah.
for the final thing, I guess Jewel kind of wants to go and get herself her own horse.
Fantastic. What kind of horse would you like?
A war horse.
Whoa! Oh, damn. The moment Finch got ones, you're like, I need me a Corvette.
Yeah, I need one too. But
I'm
I
trying
need
to figure out the
like the pits of hell.
I'm trying to figure out the logistics of managing all of these horses because I have my summon steed, then I have this nice horse they gave me, and I have a draft horse. So I have like 3.
Oh, you have a summoned war horse?
Yes.
Fuck, I forgot all about it. You guys haven't rode anywhere in a while.
No. I just got that spell.
You can just give the war horse
To my squire?
You can just sell it to Jewel and then give your riding horse to your squire. And then you get a.
I feel like that would look really out of place though, right? Like
Yeah.
they have all their little trappings. I guess I could.
It was a gift from, wasn't it a gift from Kima?
Yeah, it was a gift from Kima. I feel like that'd be insulting.
Yeah.
Nah, Kima knows you can summon a steed. I the DM forgot.
She gave
All
it to me as a
about that.
joke.
It's just like, yeah, just like to make it really awkward. It's like, I can't summon you fucking celestial war horse anymore.
Yeah.
Or dude that you were getting a squire, and you would want to have an appropriate mount for your squire.
Yeah, but they wouldn't ride like a nice, like dazzled up horse. They would ride my draft horse.
Yeah, the draft horse probably goes to the squire.
When he was describing it, I assumed he was talking about your summoned steed.
I forgot all about the fucking summon steed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I mean, 'cause yeah, I would say because like the summon steed is not even like, yeah, they can be a celestial, which is what I was planning on. They're not like a regular war horse.
I'll
You can
I'll tell
retcon it.
you what. I absolutely want to retcon it because Kima, the fucking high paladin, the fucking super duper paladin of Bahamut, definitely knows and I do most of the time, but forgot
That paladins
entirely.
can summon steed.
But they are going to give you the barding. So they will give you the barding. You have the draft horse, which you can give to your squire.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the way you want to play it.
Can I make a recommendation?
Go for it.
Maybe they get the ability to cast the up spell, so they get the super fancy mount.
No.
Okay.
No.
I
Maybe
tried.
just gives the access to a 4th level spell.
Or instead of summoning a warhorse, I can summon a dire wolf.
If you want. I mean, that's not. I don't think that's too outside the acceptable. I think
It says that the DM can grant, like, I feel like they give like a small. Hang on, there's a list of animals that like they give, and then they say the DM can bless another animal.
Quinn had one at 6th level.
Yeah.
Oh well, the problem is that you get a direwolf through find greater steed. So that's only conjurable by the 4th.
Got it.
Version of its spell. So yeah, but if you can find something of a similar CR, we could chat about it for sure.
Okay, I will look.
Cool.
Alright, so Joel's just gonna get herself a horse if we're gonna retcon the.
Yeah. So Finch summons her own Corvette, or their own Corvette rather than being given one, and you can go off. And you go to one of these stables outside of the city that are meant more for like the noble folk. You go, of course. The stable owner comes out and says, "You're in the market for a warhorse, finest beasts of all horses. You will not be disappointed. Please, right this way." And it's going to show you. It's going to take you to like a very fine paddock, where basically you wait around the side, kind of like over the side, and then they let all of the war horses out into the paddock to kind of like run around. You get to look at all of the number of them, and they're these beautiful, strong, broad horses, immaculately bred, but they are not cheap. Nope, they go for 400 apiece. So you can pick your own war horse for 400 gold pieces if you want.
I'll do it.
All right, you are sold one. You are treated with care and kindness as you just treated like a high noble as you find yourself purchasing one.
Yeah, one that is black like the depths of hell.
Black like the depths of hell. It has red eyes. The horse comes up and goes,
I'll name it
"I am
Shroud.
the destroyer." Yeah, now you call it Shroud. It's also Robot. It's also
Bybot.
a Robot.
Yes.
It's a Bybot.
Bybot.
It is a Bybot horse. How about that one over there that's made completely of metal? All right, you are the proud owner.
I'll get the barding and the bit and bridle and.
All right, well, I'll let you in on that. So here's the deal. I've been trying to fucking figure it out. I can't for the life of me figure out what the benefit of having a riding saddle over a military, or the military saddle over the riding saddle is. Because Earl's is written, if you have a proper saddle, you get advantage on your checks to remain mounted. I don't know what you get for a military saddle. In my mind, I think it's what you have to have in order
Advantage
to have
on any checks to make you remain mounted.
Yeah, but you get that for any saddle. It's
I
the
thought
same
it was-
benefit for a riding saddle.
I thought it was advantage on ranged attacks, but that might be from like way back from 2.0.
Oh, a military saddle braces the rider. But I read it was both. Okay, fuck it. So if you want to purchase a military saddle, go right ahead. That's 20 gold pieces. I'll say that also allows you to equip barding. That just makes sense, I think. And then as for bar, so bit and brittle, 2 gold.
Okay, so that's 22 so far.
You want saddlebags?
Yes.
That'll be 4 gold.
Okay.
And lastly, the barding. This is the pricey section here.
Yep.
I believe it's 4 times the cost of the standard. Or else 4 times the weight, and it's double the cost, I believe. Nope, double the weight, 4 times the cost. Okay. So, he will say to you, well, madam, how much are you willing to spend on barding today?
What kinds of barding do you have, may I see?
We have all types, madam, and we'll take you through the various types you see, starting with the gorgeous, shining, gleaming plate armor, tons of plating, perfectly immaculately folded to the size of a horse. He says, we of course will include all resizing required. So that's the plate armor, which is of course the most exuberantly and most expensive, only reserved the most high noble of knights. There is also the splint. There's the chain mail, the ring mail, whatever you might desire.
Let's go with the ring mail.
I see. Ring mail will provide a 14 armor class to your steed. Does that sound acceptable to you?
Yes.
Very well. That will cost you 120 gold pieces.
Okay.
And with that, your horse is equipped with leather armor with a number of heavy rings strewn into it, reinforcing the armor. Yeah. Very good.
Perfect.
Jewel comes out on this like beautiful black war horse with long leather ring mail sort of strapped to the horse. An excellent horse, suitable for any warrior worth their salt.
And I think she will name it Shroud. Just because that's
Incredible.
meta. And awesome.
Amazing.
Yes.
I don't know why, it just seems like the right name. It doesn't talk much.
Oh,
No,
and
it absolutely doesn't.
Feed.
Right.
But right now, all of our mounts have been stabled at the Sun-Kissed Inn. We've been just paying for it weekly.
Oh no, I know, but I want to, so I don't forget it later. I'm just gonna get it.
Feed is 5 copper each, weighing 10 pounds each.
Okay.
And your horse can carry a lot of that. They
Yeah.
can pretty much carry their own food supply usually.
Sorry, how much was that again?
5 copper per day.
Okay.
Should be in your inventory there, or you can add it to an inventory. Is there anything else anyone would like to purchase on their shopping day?
I didn't realize how many options there were of different CR creatures that I could possibly summon.
I have one sentimental thing, but that's not a Gilmore's thing. And it could be, I'd like to get a silver mirror that's engraved.
Yeah, I don't think you purchased that.
Yeah, no, it's not a Gilmore's thing. I just want to, it's a gift for someone. I'm going to have it simply engraved. Just give me a price and I'll pay it.
A silver mirror. I think I did this just the other
And like
day.
and specifically
That's
like
a
a
Niana thing.
pack, not like a wall mirror, like a makeup kind of mirror.
I get you. A small hand mirror. I get you.
Something that could be
Yes,
kept in a
steel
pocket.
mirror's 5 gold. Didn't I say like 10 gold? Didn't I just double the price?
Yeah, you said 10 gold.
All right, we'll
have
say
it
10
engraved?
gold. To have it engraved, we'll toss like another 2 gold on there. We'll call it 12 gold.
Thank you.
No problem. So with that, the day grows late. All of you would be due to drop off your unessentials wherever you're deciding to stay tonight. Dress up, get yourself a carriage for like a silver, we'll say. Oh no, a carriage is brought to the Sun-Kissed Inn to pick you all up, to bring you to the fine manor that evening. So all of you go back to the Sun-Kissed Inn, you all take off your armor and your bags full of extra junk you don't need, and you are all brought into the carriage that is brought to you, a very fine Opal ward high station carriage that you all sort of file into if you wish, and it will ride you up towards the Opal ward to attend this little night banquet in your honor, as Ember has become the winner of the Games of Elements, as it's been dubbed. But that is where we will end the session today.
Yay!
Hard workers around here.